All right. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome back to the Real Precious. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. We have a full panel right now, and I'm sure others will join. But before we start with those who are joining us this evening, let's start with everyone who is on the panel. Thank you guys for being here. Frank, how are you this evening?
Yo, what's good?
Arpane, how are you? You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Some people say that's what I should be on permanently, on mute. Yeah, everything's cool. I'm happy. It's good. This is my time of year, I could just chill out. When I was working, I used to take like 2 or 3 weeks off. I just didn't do anything, man. I just hung out, family. I was always refreshed for the new year.
Nice. Okay. Relaxation time. Uncle Rick, how are you this evening?
Hey, sis, how you doing is the question. I'm good. Too blessed to be stressed. Y'all hear what I'm saying?
Okay, amen. Let the church say amen.
Yep.
Facts. I feel you on that, right?
Everybody, happy holidays.
Yes, happy holidays. We are officially a week away from Christmas. So I hope that people are able to spend time with their loved ones, love up on their loved ones, maybe, have a special moment for those who are no longer with us. We have lost, quite a few people. I know I have in my life. So I'm sure it's probably the same in others in their lives. So, a time to be thankful still, those thankfulness, flowing over from Thanksgiving. But I'm looking forward to the holiday. I'm going to be spending time with family. And so I definitely can't wait for that. If you guys have not, definitely hit the like button. Thank you so much for being here. But hit that like button. If you're in the live chat, you come outside of the live chat, hit the thumbs up, and then come on back in. Come on back in. Let us know where y'all watching from. Let us know how you found this channel. But we're going to get into it. It's probably going to be a little bit of a short show today. We got 2 slides. Just want to get into a little something, then get out. Next week we won't be live because it will be Christmas. Like I said, I'll be traveling, so I won't be able to have my setup like I usually do. And plus, everyone should be spending time with their family, right? So we're going to get into the conversation this evening, and then we are going to get out of here. But first, Fish in the Fit, thank you so much for being here. He says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. Quincy is also in the building. Good evening, good people. Hey, Q, how you doing? Good evening, Sister Precious, the panel, the chat, and the mind. It's that time again. Yes, it is that time again. Coach Ferg, where you at? I saw you in the background, and you're going to disappear. Where you at?
Yeah, he'll pop up.
Please hit the like button as you come in, Coach Ferg. I hope you join the panel. You're always welcome. We always appreciate your insight. J Dub is showing some love. Coach Ferg, it's always a true pleasure to see you, big bro. Yeah, he be dropping that fire. Frank is in the chat. What's good, chat? All right. Philly in the building. How about them birds, though? Oh,
man. Jeez.
Fly on the road to victory. All right. We'll get into the show. I know y'all salty, so we'll just get into the show. All right. We got 2 videos. The first one I'm going to play is of Jamal Bryant. He's a pastor who cheated on his ex-wife and divorced her because of his infidelity, and he's actually remarried. But he put this, or he was in an interview, with a podcast, Harley initiated, and had this to say about his infidelities and a healing process.
Divorced because of my infidelity, not because of irreconcilable differences, but because I broke that covenant. And so I had to go through a healing process for myself on what is it that was in me that would go outside of the bounds of my covenant, my agreement, and to risk my family for somebody I never wanted to be with. Yeah. So I say to men all the time, one of the mistakes I made is my first attempt at monogamy was marriage.
What does that
You know what?
Hold
You
on,
know
wait.
what? No, I know.
mean?
No,
Break that one
I
down
know where you
for
going.
me.
I think I know where you're going with it because you will even have we got friends that have gotten married, but they've been a player for all their entire life,
Their whole lives.
their whole lives, and they think that hey, when I get married, it's all gonna change.
Yeah, no. So I think that you have to practice.
You gotta practice monogamy.
Yes. It ain't gonna come through osmosis.
All right. So before we get into it, Art Pain, before we get started, you were like, oh God. So what are your thoughts towards Jamal Bryant?
Well, but I heard him say other things before. I've seen him. However, what he just said, I agree with.
Okay.
Because that was my journey before I met my wife. I stopped fooling around. I really did. And moreover, when I talk to people, my peers or people who get married, they said, listen, I want to get it all out of my system before I get married. I said, well, wait a minute. That's not the deal. If you're wired to have sex with a lot of women, you don't get it out your system. You got to make a choice. Right? Whether that's practice or whatever, you got to make a choice that you're going to say no to those women and those other women out there because they're not going to stop coming. Right. So I actually agree with that part of it. So this is before he probably starts pandering and shit. So, but that part I agree. But I heard him in some other places. I couldn't stomach him. But I don't disagree with what he said right there.
So just for those who are watching, because I've heard this story before between, how you say you months before getting married, you cut off other women and things of that nature. But for those who do not know the story or are watching for the first time, what did that look like for you? Like you were dating and then you weren't, and then you were married. So
well, let's get. I didn't mean to cut you off. Listen, I was back then. I've never considered myself this big prize guy, but I was a whole lot more appealing then than I am now. But I didn't have 100. I didn't have 100 women coming after me. But if I knew it wasn't going anywhere, I didn't pursue just having casual flings. I just stopped that. If we'll have a lunch, this and that, but I never went and took it to the sex place for almost 9 months because I was looking for a wife. And I was just looking for a lady that I could hold hands with in public without trying to be on the down low from somebody else. And so when I saw my wife, all my feelers were open. When, the woman, I said, well, this is a little bit different. And I was receptive to it. I really believe that has something to do with it. The fact that my head was clear, so I don't know if it worked for other people, but it worked for me. And I've said that more than once.
Right. No, I love that. You pretty much said if you knew it wasn't going nowhere, you would cut it off. I mean, to me, that seems very simple. But
for men, it's not really simple. They keep clipping me on BMU's channel when I said that I had an outburst. I said the toughest thing a man ever has to do is turn down a nice piece of trim.
Okay.
And they won't let me forget saying that. I mean, it's like a big.
But I mean, if it is true, then it is true. You know what I mean? There are men who struggle with turning it down. I remember being out on a date, right? And I've told this story before, but I remember being out on a date. We was down by the water. It was nice, taking a walk, And so we're talking, and long story short, he's telling me why it didn't work out with him and his ex-wife. So he was like, yeah, I was, in this situation where me and this woman was in close proximity, and she pretty much said, like, would you, you staring, are you gonna come get it? And he said he could not turn it down. Like he could not turn the offer or the challenge down. Like she literally challenged him. Like you staring, like, are you gonna come scoop some of this ice cream? Like what you staring? It's gonna melt, But just hearing him say that, and it's like, well, we down here taking a walk. I guess this ain't gonna go nowhere. Like, you know what I mean? But he was honest enough to say that. There are some men who just can't control either those urges or the challenge of saying, you know what, I'm not going to give in to my urges, and I'm going to be intentional? Because it sounded like that's what you were, Arpin. You were intentional.
Well, at that moment, yeah, I was. I
Yeah.
had it was enough. It was enough already. Let me go find. But that was my plan. I mean, for some reason, I wanted to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You're marriage minded, so you knew what it was going to take, and not necessarily knew what it was going to take, but you knew what it was going to take for you to have clarity, and so you.
Well, you know what? I'll be honest. I didn't. Going through that process is mostly in retrospect now what I did. It wasn't really like, okay, I'm a plan not to touch anybody. It just didn't interest me because I knew right off the bat when I started talking to different women here and there that she's not the one.
Mm-hmm.
So every time if I would start a relationship, because I'm pretty relationship minded with a woman that wasn't going to go nowhere but to the sex and having fun, that would delay me from finding somebody else that I want to be with, because I would put some energy into the chick.
Right.
And it would just be a waste of time,
mm-hmm.
For and even though I had the time, more time than a woman would, but it wouldn't be, so it just happened that way.
Okay. Uncle Rick, what do you think about the video of Jamal Bryant talking about how his first time at being monogamous was when he got married?
Yeah.
He's like, that's it. That's pretty much what it is.
I mean, we could talk about the societal programming, and the expectations and things of that nature, but the truth is men like women. You know what I'm saying? I keep trying to tell people I don't understand how people try to subvert the nature. You can't subvert your nature. You can fight it, right? But it's still there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you enjoy women, right, especially monogamy is a learned behavior, right? And this is my fight when I tell women, y'all expect us to fight our nature, but for us to accept yours, right? For me to be with a woman, right, and for her to have 100% confidence in me in most cases, right, I have to be a monogamous man, right? Because when I'm not monogamous, there's a threat of me sharing your resources with another woman, right? So it's just the way it works. It's the truth, right? It's a constant behavior. It's a constant. I ain't gonna say a struggle, because after a while you get good at it. You know what I'm saying? You get good at it. But men, we love fucking women. It's just what it is. Like I don't know how complicated this is, right? And again, the difference between us and women is that women, y'all get dick thrown at y'all on a regular basis. Y'all get dick when y'all go to Sam's Club. Y'all get dick thrown at y'all when y'all go out to check the mail. Y'all get dick when y'all get dick thrown at y'all. Y'all don't have to earn it. We got to earn a girl. We got to have something going for us, right? To be able to get a chick. And people say, oh, the Chads, and yeah, they look good. Their body look good. You got to earn it, right? You got to have something to offer, right? Besides your dick, right? So again, it's totally a learned behavior. And I think women don't give monogamous men enough credit, the ones who can sit their ass down and chill out, because it really is a big thing to them. It really is. It might seem like it's the basics to y'all, but it really is a big thing. But he was 100% correct. You have to learn how to say no. You got to learn how to say no.
Mm-hmm.
You have to learn how to say no. Like, you got to learn how to not put yourself in situations.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hey, man, nope, can't do that. No, I'm taking my ass home. No. You want to come have coffee? Nope. Oh, we having drinks out at the such and such. Nope. No. I'm me. And that's what like certain like dudes. Look, man, I'm 51 years, but I'm telling y'all, I was a motherfucker back in the day. Y'all ain't got to believe me. You have a certain energy about you. You can talk to women. You relate, man. Come on, man. They be trying to give you that shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, man. I tell you what, man. I was challenged too, Rick. Man, I was on travel for a good year on my travel, all hotels, there with a whole bunch of lonely travelers at the bar, or every night. I mean, a lot. I mean, for years. And some of the ladies, man, It wouldn't have took much.
I'm saying so.
Ah,
If you know, you know. Ain't no teaching it. You gotta experience that shit for real. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no teaching that. You gotta walk into it and see it, and it's just the truth, man. It's if you know, you know. I can't tell you no different.
So how does so you guys are, you know, of a generation where you're able to tell the younger men, hey, this is a learned thing. How would you tell it? How would you prep a man to actually be ready for something like that? Because if it's your nature, right, then it's like, you know, do you have to wait until you get married to be like, see, I mean, I can't really tell you until you're actually in it? Or is it something that you preach to younger men, you know, like get your thoughts together or control your thoughts or control your urges, or you know what I mean? Like, how would you teach a man to
Teach him what? Teach him what? You see what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm being sarcastic. Right? All you can do is warn a young man. That's all you can do. Hey, man, these type of things will make the journey longer or harder than they have to be, right? Because, like I said, at the end of the day, a woman is a liability. At the end of the day, right? She's a liability at the end of the day. So, if she's not taking your money, she's taking your time, she's taking your effort. You know what I'm saying? How quick do you want to get to where you looking to get? Women are a distraction in most cases. We love y'all, but y'all are a distraction.
Mm-hmm. Let me just say that before the other guys go. I when I told guys, I look at the consequence side of things when I tell them. I say, you know, this whole quote unquote dick discipline is consequence driven. Right? I don't tell a man to go against his nature. I always just say, if you do A, here's the door that you're opening to all kinds of shit, the unknown, with every single woman. And there's a consequence.
Yeah.
So for some guys, it might be small, but don't be banking on that shit. Right? So that's my thing. You know, so when we talk, I don't talk abstinence because I try never tell a guy to go against his nature, especially heterosexual, he's young. He's going to want to bang out some chicks. So, but if you do that, understand what you're getting into. And I tell guys that, listen, if a woman keeps inviting you back, and I really believe this, she's catching feelings for you. Mm-hmm. Just friends with benefits bullshit is only one-sided. Right. And especially if you're good at it. You know, that's why as soon as she says, well, I thought you was going to call me, that's your clue that she's starting to have some, you know, feelings.
Well, is it best to cut it off with this woman, or
a man's gonna do what a man's gonna do? I can't. You gotta learn some shit on your own.
That was slick. That was slick, Precious. I see you. I see you. I see you.
I have to go back to last week.
I'm just saying, because it's, you know, it's one thing to say, okay, you know, I'm not going to teach a man to go against his nature, and then it's another to say, well, you know, go have sex with her, knowing that she's probably going to catch feelings. It's like
you let him know that it may be a detriment to him. I told you that a man's not going to let you go until you become a detriment to him. Embarrassment, something crazy, right? But no, if you no, right? Again, you the best you can do is teach them from your experience. That's all you can do, right?
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
But hey, the truth is that she bad enough, her skin pretty enough, them legs thick enough, he's going. Yeah. Just like if a man is handsome enough, he's rich enough, he's cute enough, he's nice enough, and he says the right thing at the right time, most women are going. I'd let go to my shout out to Coach Ferg on his West Coast, you know what I'm saying, down there with the button up all the way to the top. You know what I'm saying?
No, man. Listen, I salute to everybody, man. Happy Wednesday, man. Listen, man, my eyes, man. So they recommended I wear these for a while. So this is my uniform for a while, and they prescription, so they looked out for me. You know, I go to the VA, so they cut to no corners from what I need. So
nothing like that good old VA.
Yeah, everything. I agree with everything Brother Rick said. You know, I do. I agree. Because from the time we can start looking at girls or understanding what females are, we're told, you know what I'm saying, it's almost like we in a catch-22. Guys will say, hey, go out here and have as much fun as you can. But most man's nature, when they get to a certain point, I say by default in our early 20s, we want a sister. But then reality kicks in for us. A lot of times when we trying to focus on the sister, she ain't focusing on us. She's living like a man. Like, damn, you talking to my buddy and a couple other dudes. And so, yeah, I just think, you know, and then the women, they are groomed to go after the best option. So they leaving options open. That's what they call it, to fancy it up. Meaning, I'm the guy that's going to come over and fix everything. Our pain is going to come over and slang everything.
Oh my
Frank
God.
is going to come over and provide some resources. Brother Rick is going to provide some resources.
Thanks for giving me the swing. I'm happy you gave me the swing part. You know,
insane. I don't know what I'm providing, but insane.
But I'm just saying, though, they have a guy for every category in their life. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think it does them a detriment, because between that time, man, they just out here just putting wear and tear on their bodies. And, you know, guys, it's sometimes you seen a guy that didn't have the confidence. He's focused on trying to be the good guy. And then he realizes that what he's trying to do ain't working in reality. So he develops this mindset like, well, fuck it. I'm going to be the guy that they want me to be. And those guys end up, for some reason, getting all the attention. So it's just odd to me how in our community is
attention or coochie.
Well, coochie attention with the coochie, all of that, you know. But it's just unfortunate because I was watching a video today. It's my last thing, and a woman married this guy and put herself in this so-called crazy situation. But your lifestyle was saying you was desperate. You was desperate for a place to stay. You put your kids in harm's way, so you say. But there's no police report. There's no charges being brought. You know, it's a lot. And you out here crying about what he didn't know. I mean, you saw it. Why would you avoided all the red flags? But, you know, life is real for us. I don't know. There's no fairy tale in anybody with the big nose, big lips life. This shit is real. The hell with the prince coming to save you, no. Get your ass a frog that's willing to put his life on the line. Other than that, you're going to be on the carousel for a while. And look, the blue pill, what's the pill they got? Now the old man are in the game. They ain't coming with that wallet no more. They coming with that hammer. And they expect to get some nails to hammer in some of that wood. That's just what it is. So
I'm battling a bad headache right now.
hey,
I think certain things are making my head worse.
Especially they always said a good hammer knock the headache right out of you. They say. That's what my doctor told me. So
Frank, what do you think about the video? Being monogamous. His first time being monogamous was when he was married. And he divorced his wife because he committed infidelity in their relationship. Do you think that most men would walk away from a relationship after committing infidelity? Or do you think that they would stay in a relationship and make it work as best as they could because they just cheated?
I mean, yeah, I think most men are gonna stay. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna stay and try to work that out. If there's any chance of working it out, you know, you're gonna try to make that right. You know, some girls will give you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 chances. You know what I'm saying? And so he gonna stay as long as you allow him to stay. But you know, something that Rick said that is just the truth, man, is just the environment you put yourself in. And I know because I seen a lot of brothers you know, lose their marriages, their wives, their families over the course of time, man. And especially in the army. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You got so much access. You got and just imagine. So, being on the Army boxing team, we traveling state to state, country to country. You know what I'm saying? Literally. And everywhere we go, girls like, oh yeah, we know them. Oh, that's he was fighting over there last. Like, they waiting on you to come, and it's gonna be hard to turn it down. And I seen a lot of my brothers lose families over it. You know what I'm saying? And it took them to get out of that environment for them to be able to sustain a family afterwards. And if you just look at the marriage rate in the military, I'm sure that the marriage rate is high and the divorce rate is high. Because a lot of times it's people's first time on their own. They get married for them benefits. They get married to get the extra money. And then, one person go overseas, they come back home. Next thing you know, they divorced. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like that. You come back home, your girl, she been messing with every dude in the unit. She come back home, you been knocking down every girl in the unit, and next thing you know, divorce. And so, yeah, you definitely, once you get out of that environment, I think your mindset starts to shift, and everything that you do after that, you just have to be an intentional person, an intentional man, to be able to have the discipline that you need for you to be able to get the job done for real. And that's just that for real.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Coach Frere, you got something?
I mean, everything he's saying is true. When I was a football player, so I didn't have those issues. I've always been inundated with females that wanted the type of jock, but I didn't put I didn't pressure females to be with me. If I did something, it was me. It wasn't no female pressuring me to be with her. It was me. She had them nice yams. She was talking right, and
Can I get yes?
I'm just saying though. But but again, I think for the most part, and it could be a different dynamic. Most brothers by default want their sister initially, but then when we see the type of behavior, because I don't believe about 10% of what a woman says, I go by how she moves. What is her behavior? That's always been my thing. If she's not moving what she's talking about, listen, I was just talking to my wife on the phone. I don't know if you heard. And she was talking about how she's to his place now. She's like, how do you do it so easy where you can just walk away from people and not give them a text message, call them or nothing? Because I'm not going to let your life dictate how I move. If you're not moving according to what I believe in, then I ain't got to give you no explanation. You know why the hell I left. But that's just me, though. So I grew up, again, I had 5 sisters, some older, some younger. My younger sister, they was reckless. My older sisters, and they were married. My mama and daddy. And once my mama told me about how women move, that's the only way I looked at women. Like, if you can't give me what I'm asking for, then I ain't gonna ask you all those questions.
My mama lied through her teeth.
All that.
Shit, my mama
and cry on top of it. I didn't be lying like a motherfucker.
Mama lied through her teeth, boy.
Hey, Coach Berg, man, that's so true though, man. If you already been around that type of environment, man, I know dudes who didn't grow up being able to talk to women. They didn't get the female attention. Whether they got into the army, whether they got the military, whether they got into a frat in college or whatever the case is, and then they started getting some attention. They started getting some attention, and then next thing you know, they just took off, and it was like almost like no end in sight for them because they was not used to getting that attention beforehand. They was not used to being able to just talk to women and all of that. Then you get some letters, or you get on a football team. Now girls are telling you like, yo, I like you, you cute. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason that may be. Whether she just trying to see if you gonna take her on a ride with you, you know what I'm saying, or you really gonna take her serious. Like now you going crazy. You can't stop looking from side to side. You know what I'm saying? So that man's first time being monogamous is probably gonna be in a marriage.
Yeah, for a lot.
You know,
it's for a lot of guys. It's funny, you know, when I think back on it, when I was out in the dating world, you know, I thought I was at a handicap. My eyes were bad and shit. My glasses was this thick and shit. You know, but the one thing I was going to say is I wasn't going to be afraid of women. I was straight up masochistic. I was straight up. I was in front of. I don't care. A no was just an opportunity for getting a yes from somebody else. I didn't care. You know, it was like a flex with me. I had to approach the baddest ass women, and if I got like 1 or 2 notches down, I was good. You know, I mean, and like I said, I think you know, when I look back, and I hear all these crazy fucking guys now, I did pretty goddamn well.
You did pretty good. But then
I did pretty well.
But did y'all have brothers in your circles that sort of talk y'all off the ledge, though? You know, if a guy saw you going crazy over some chick, a guy would like, come here, man, let me talk to you, pull you back and be like, man, no, man, this is not how you move.
You know, like I said, I had that one opportunity. I had that one thing when I was in Buffalo, New York. I had one girl. She was for the streets. I fell for her. I mean, she was way above. She was cute, but she was way above my level in terms of street knowledge. And everybody said, well, how are you dealing with her? Blah, blah, blah. And like I told this story before, one day, we broke up, and I'm 19. I'm in there like, oh, sissy broke my heart. Oh my God, you know. And my frat brother caught me. He came in and said, oh, Payne, don't worry about it, blah, blah, blah. And that night in the frat house, when all the brothers came home, he couldn't wait to rag my ass. Guess what I saw Payne doing? He was crying over this bitch. Blah, 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 blah. Man.
Give him that work. Give him that work.
It's like they put me in the well of the Senate and shit. And I never was like that for a woman again in my entire life.
What made you, and not to say that, you know, anything was necessarily wrong with what you did, but obviously, you know, you can't stay in that situation for too long. But what made you, have you ever felt that way for a woman where it's just like, dang, she really got me down in the dumps? Like, what?
That was one and only time.
It happens to most men just once.
What? Okay, so it was just the unknown feeling of.
I was smitten. I was like, my man, the Hunter, was getting ready to happen to him soon.
Yeah, Travis.
You know,
that crash out gonna be epic, bro.
It's gonna be epic.
That crash out gonna be crazy.
I just want to add one more thing. Just by happenstance, after that situation with my frat brothers, I met this. I was in class, and I ran into this other sister. She was a little older. She had twins. I wish I would remember her name. And we started talking. And she said, you know, I don't know. We got into the relationship shit. I wasn't trying to hit on her. She was a little older. She said, let me tell you something. Take this with you forever. The only power a woman has over you is what's between her legs. If you give yourself up to that, you've lost everything. That was like 50 something years ago. I have never forgotten that. I mean, I don't know where she came up, and that coupled with the trauma I went through. And I said, you know, shit, man, you got a point. And I never look back like that.
But women don't understand, right? The truth is, like, when we in high school, this gonna be the truest thing anybody told y'all, right? When we in high school and we fall in love with that first girl, we look at that girl like she gonna be there forever.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Men love harder than women. It's just
yes. This is for, like, we don't give it up. Like, when we give it up, we give it up. We give it up, right? And that's what y'all don't understand is y'all make men savages.
Yeah.
Y'all the reason men do 180s. I'm telling you, my cousin, my child's mother, my high school girlfriend, my baby's mother, my child's mother. Savages. I loved her with everything in me. And she was dirty. She was dirty when I found out it was dirty. right? My cousin, shout out to Darren, man. Hey, bro, they all the same, bro. They all the same. That's why I say good girls do it too. Y'all at the baseline, right? At the baseline of y'all mentality, all of y'all think the same, really, right? It's just good girls understand that and they're able to fight their nature. That's the only between a good girl and a hyena. That's it. That's it.
So why you had to say that the women make y'all savage?
Y'all do.
That's true. That's true. That's
Y'all
true.
you know that. We go through some history. You know.
That's true.
Okay, so then it becomes the woman's fault, and now you're a savage.
Pretty much. It's just what it is. Most of these dudes y'all see that's running through chicks was in love with a girl off bat.
Yes, sir.
And she did them.
So now that didn't work out. Now you just like
not that it didn't work out.
See, that's y'all problem. See, right?
No,
not that it didn't work. We y'all, it's okay. It's okay. You'll never understand. It's cool.
It's not that it didn't work out.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
If your heart was broke, how did it not? I literally just bought this shirt and it says I'm literally just a girl, and it was I'm gonna rock this 2X sweater.
And then after that, I'm just being honest. Then after that, your eyes open to. I ain't gonna say the game because it's subtleties in it. It's subtleties in that thing. You know what I'm saying? Some people approach it a different way. Some people act a different way, right? But then your eyes open. Then it's open season. Then I knew a girl cheated on me, and I made up with her just so I can hurt her.
Yo.
God damn! Now that's sad. Y'all ain't shit.
Hit her best friend.
I did something similar myself to that girl who broke my heart. I did something similar.
I hit her best friend and told her I hit your girl. She wouldn't do that. Okay.
Man, that is they lived experiences, man. They show you what it is.
She asked me I was a little older, and I let her back in the fold a little bit. Ooh. But I really did, and I heard her for doing something. I had somebody else or whatever, and she started crying. I swear I took a little bit of solace in seeing her cry, man. You know, I said, "Yeah."
I'm recovered from these savage.
Well, I'm 66 now. I'm recovered. I'm recovered now. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay now.
The crazy thing is, man, like to a dude that got his stuff together right here about something, he ain't walking around here looking like Quasimodo. Pussy ain't nothing to get for real.
Right, it's everywhere. It's
right,
really
it's not. I'm telling you, most of these dudes just be wanting a girl that's his, bro. That's really what they want. A girl that care about them the way. Because again,
21.
Right. Because again, man, like the quid pro quo it should be understood. That's what I hate about this modern shit that people keep saying. Like the shit is the same. If a dude come up, right? Let's say we in a bar and a dude hit you on your ass, right? I better say something. If not, you're gonna be looking at me funny, right? I gotta steal on this dude, or you're gonna be looking at me funny, right? Like I told y'all, my wife's job is to govern me, not to tell me who to go at. You know what I'm saying? So if a dude disrespect her in the club and I get ready to tear into his ass like a piece of tissue, right? It's up to her to stop me from whooping his ass. Ain't nobody else gonna stop me. You know what I'm saying? So these are things that y'all understand that are the basics, right? But then when the conversation come up with the women and we ask y'all what the basic is everything crazy and over the line. The shit don't make no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. And that's what got these young boys confused out here. I gotta lay my life. When you what they say if something happened if you on a cruise ship or airplane, women and children first. Women and children first. That means if that ship go under, the minute I give a kid and woman my seat, I better know how to fucking swim my ass off or it's a wrap.
Yeah, by definition, we're expendable.
Right. So like I said, man, y'all just don't love the same. And once men understand that, man, you'll get a lot farther in life when dealing with women. They just don't love the same, man. You gotta give us something to fuck with you with for. That's just what it is. She gonna like you. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully she like you, right? But that like will wear out once the convenience wears out at most times.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a goddamn shame. When I was supposed to love you when you fat with your stretch marks and shit, you farting and shitting in front of me and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Think about that shit.
Y'all are called to love, and she's called to respect. So even if she don't love you the same, as long as she respecting you, that's what should matter, right?
Is that what happens? That's what should matter, but is that what
respect
happens?
is the first thing that goes.
The first thing.
The first thing that goes is to respect.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all play like that's the case and shit, and then want to play semantics. You know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Look, you just say
Precious, can I ask you a question, Precious?
supposed to love the same. I mean, when you say y'all don't love the same, what exactly the same are you looking for?
No. I think the correct phrase is y'all don't love as hard as we do. There's
Thank you.
always a practicality to a woman's love for a man. There's a practical component.
You do when you're called to love. That's what you're called to do. You're called to love.
No, okay, but let's accept that. We're talking about a woman's reciprocation, respect. So a woman's love always has a component of practicality to it, right? The practicality part is I love this dude because
Vision's a better word.
Yeah. So there's something that you want out of us, resource, provision, something else besides for you to love me the way you do.
Y'all want coochie on a regular basis.
Yeah, hold on for a second. We'll get to that. All right. I was going to ask you that question. Let's stay on the coochie question for a second. When do you think a woman realizes that her coochie is a bargaining chip? Right? Because when do the average woman recognize that? At teenager, 14, high school, grammar school, when?
11.
When?
At 11.
I don't know. It depends on how she was raised.
Yeah, well, but it matures, right? You get an inkling of it, then it starts maturing, right? And so my point to you is the thing about men, and this is the thing women always kind of gaslight with. You guys know our nature, and you know our nature is predictable, right? So if you know our nature and you know it's predictable, then you know how to manipulate it. Right? Those things go hand in hand. And when women act like they don't understand what they're doing, all naive, that if you got a male best friend and I tell you I don't like it, and you tell me, well, he's just a friend, you're gaslighting me. You're telling me bullshit because you know why I'm saying that. You got to trust me, not him. I don't give a shit will I trust you. I don't want you to be around a guy who wants to stick you and plow you.
Now I would leave you. Now I'll leave you, but before I go get a girl best friend at that point. Back in the day.
And so I mean, some of these things y'all already know. Yeah. And here's another thing: when you say men, it's women's fault that men behave badly. There's receipts all over history of men doing dumb shit over women. We don't even have to tell you that. I mean, we can just go down the list. You want me to get up 10 things right now? The president giving up the presidency for some fat white chick's ass. All kinds of stupid shit. In the Bible, there's stories all over the place. I mean, just tell me when Helen of Troy, even though that's fictional, there was a whole odyssey built around that. My man, let me tell you, men do dumb shit for women.
Prince Harry gave up his royalty.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Just recently.
He gave up his royalty.
For a scrag.
He's like, damn.
Listen. So men, so what men do. Women know what men do. It's our liability, right? And no matter how much we squawk from the red pill space, from the go in your own way space, there's no shortage of men who are going to set us back by decades by doing something stupid. And we got more simps out there than we have men on their square. That's your army. Actually, that's your army. The 80% of men who still voted for the Democrats or whatever the hell it was, or who voted because their woman told them to, that's your army. That army is the woman's army. That's because if that wasn't there, women wouldn't have shit. There you go.
Okay.
So it's not easy being a man, but it's great, right? It's great being a man, right? You got to earn your keep. So when you get somewhere, you know you got somewhere because nobody gave you shit. Nobody. So that's it.
Okay.
Enough of my rant. I can keep going on. I can keep going on. Somebody take the bike before I blow it.
Precious, do you sort of believe what's been said in regards to how men sort of move when it comes to a woman that he wants to be with? How a man is willing to give up everything. Do you believe that?
I believe that men are willing to give up everything. However, if he does it or not is the other side of the coin. You know, I believe men will give up anything that they will sacrifice for what they want. I was just telling somebody the other day, like a man gonna get what he wants. If he wants you, he going to come get you. If he want the car, he gonna go get the car. He gonna work his ass off to go get the car. If he want to lose weight, he gonna be in the gym. He gonna be boxing. He gonna be doing something that's going to have the cardio up. Okay, he's gonna do something in order to get what he wants. And so I think that's the only language, honestly, that women pay attention to. Like, are you doing what you say you're gonna do? Are you doing what it takes to get what you want?
Do most women follow that sentiment, what you just explained?
What, watching what a man does as opposed to that sentiment, but like watching what a man does?
Going after what he wants, what she wants. Or do they expect the man to chase them?
I don't believe, I believe that women go after what they want, but as far as when it comes to a man, do they go after what they want?
Yes, as it pertains to a man. Because they'll go for the BBLs and the breast enhancements, and they'll go $500 in on a weave, $1,500 on a Beyonce concert, but they'll get a dude a pair of socks.
Three master's degrees. They'll go all in.
Those women don't want you for you. They want you for your money. If they giving you a pair of socks, they don't want you for you. They want you for what you can provide for them. A woman who wants you for you don't have a problem going in her pocket for you. She don't have a problem buying you a gift. She don't have a problem traveling to you. She don't have a problem spending time and sacrificing her time for you because she likes you. No matter where it's at, it could be in the equator or the North Pole. I'm near. That's where we do what we're doing. When it's special occasion time, things of that nature, she's going to know you enough to know what you like to buy you what you want, what you like, what you wouldn't buy for yourself because you don't want to come up off the cash. That a woman who don't really like you not going to do those things. And I think that's what we have to recognize in people that, you know, you're talking to, you're dating, whatever the case may be. You know who likes you for you and who likes you for your resources or what you have. Because the people who like you for your resources and what you have is never going to be genuine. There's always going to be a ulterior motive, and your genuine feelings of actually not liking that person is going to eventually come out. Your body and your soul cannot lie for that long, and especially lie physically with another being that you're not connected to.
Well, women are good at that, though, right?
Yeah, but the men have to be able to pick up on that too. You can't be so smitten or so deep in the coochie that you don't realize that this woman don't truly love you. Like y'all you're saying, well, women don't do the same thing or women don't love the same. No, the women that maybe you choose don't love it. They're not gonna love you the same. Remember last week we were talking about, oh, well, he don't want to marry you. Well, this woman don't love you the way that you love her. And I think that's what a lot of men are looking for. They're looking for a woman that loves them the way that he loves her and is willing to sacrifice for her and willing to give the world to her. They want a woman that's going to do that in the feminine for him. And I don't think that a lot of women do that. They they're worried about a lot of things that don't really matter. And then when you get to the heart of the matter, there is no heart there. There is no love there. There is no, the actual true feelings actually come out.
I got a couple of things for you. Listen, what percentage of men that you describe are looking to, when they get married, are looking to get married? I think it's always, if there's a class situation to this, right? If I'm a rich man, right, could I ever really vet a woman to think that she's with me just because she loves me? Or is that provision part of it somewhere?
Act like a rich man.
Huh?
I say you don't act like a rich man.
No. Well, I mean, she knows if she does any kind of background, if you're rich or wealthy enough and you got some kind of notoriety, she's going to know you ain't poor. She's going to see your trappings. So what I'm saying is, can you really be sure that that woman wants you for you? And so, but those guys still get married because women can play the role, right? Women could play the role for years. They can have babies for you. They can have babies. They can do all that stuff for you. Just like Shaq's wife said to him, I never really loved him. But I bet you in those years they were together, when he was cheating and all that kind of stuff, he had the inclination that she loved him. Until she came out years later, kept his name when she left, and said, well, I never really loved him. Had babies for him, everything. So women can play that role for long. They're really all screwed.
But it's like y'all said, though, Shaq has admitted to his wrongdoings.
But that's not the same thing. He's wrong for what he did.
Right.
But that's not the predicate for her saying what she said. She never really, even before he cheated, she got with him for what he would provide. He took one of her kids in, made that kid like his own. Mm-hmm. She said, well, what's the price I have to pay for all of this that he's giving me? I got to give the big, stupid dude a couple of kids. Oh, I'll do that. And I'll stay around as long as I can. And she knew from the beginning she didn't really love him. So if he cheated, what's the big deal? What's the big deal? You didn't really love this guy. You was using him. So now you got the moral high ground, but because he got some box on the outside, like most athletes going to do, he's a bad guy? No. So what I'm saying is women know how to play the role for a long, long time. They play the long game. They know how to play the long game.
Long you play with them? I mean, how long are you playing with them? Women do play the long game. But when you catch on to this game, how long you playing with them? Or are you so far in that now you got to play the long game too?
It depends on what you want to give up. When the game's over, if you're the one losing the resources, now you're trapped.
Are you?
Yeah. Well, listen. Some guys are. Sometimes it depends on who you are and where you are.
Right? You just talked about a wealthy man. So is
if
he
I'm
really
an average dude,
or does a woman on his arm actually bring his value up? And so looking like a family man is better for his stature and for his name.
On occasion.
Being the family man that is actually needed. Now, I think Shaq take care of all his kids. He's always
done that.
Like a great family man, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, do I lose my wife in this status? Or do I feel like I'm trapped, your word, and continue to
well, that's where my scenario with Shaq falls apart because his wife didn't elevate him. He was already elevated. There's some other scenarios where you might be right, but not that scenario. So that broke down. I think she should have always been beholden to him.
She didn't have to elevate him in terms of money.
Or status.
Okay, but when you add a woman to the picture and now she becomes your wife and now you have kids with her, the status of the relation of you adding her in and now y'all are one. The status
I don't disagree. That's a bleep like me. If I'm trying to climb the corporate ladder, that's where a good woman comes in, right? Who can play the crowd, do all that kind of stuff. And if I have if I'm married, so that shows the upper people that I know how to hold down a family and all that kind of stuff. Or if I wanted to be president, you got to have a wife.
Right. Most successful or corporate or, anyone in that white collar world, it is way better for you to be married than to
I don't
not be
disagree.
married. Like,
I don't
it's just
disagree.
what it is. They'll
No.
probably give the job to a married man as opposed to an unmarried man. That's why they like preachers to be married. And all of them ain't married, but that, it's better if you are joined with someone. It looks better. Now, whether it really is, that's for y'all and God. But it's just better. I mean, your value as a couple goes up. Your value and how you're looked at.
So that's the quid pro quo then, right? You give me this status, I give you this impression that you're a married man. So the woman takes advantage of that too. So it doesn't cost her nothing to put her on a nice dress and be on your arm and smile at people. I mean, how much does that cost?
Yeah, but I mean, it costs a lot if she's not genuinely into you and she's just into your money.
It does not cost her anything. She's getting what she was.
I think that women who say, "Oh, I'll cry in a Bentley" as opposed to a Honda, they say that, but they don't mean that.
Oh yeah, because they're not crying in the Bentley. They got their gloves on and the glasses, driving that shit at 90 miles an hour. So they ain't crying in the Bentley.
I think if women were to be honest, they would want it to work with whoever they actually love. I don't know why women cry over or get into relationships and then get divorced and then say, but I wasn't happy. It's like, were you ever happy?
Yeah, they was happy. Women love we said, listen, regardless of what they say, they love the guy that gave them 2 kids, 4 or 5 years ago. That's the guy that they love. Because now you focusing on what guys have as far as resources now. What is he doing for you? It ain't about love. But you can best believe that guy has different outcomes. He's not put through the same ringer as a guy that's coming in after your 2 or 3 kids. Nug can have 2 or 3 kids. He ain't paid the child support, ain't bought no kids for Christmas. I gotta break everybody Christmas, your mama, your auntie. And that's where, as far as what I've seen, again, I got a 21-year-old son. And the game my mother gave me, I've given him the same thing, but it's a different time. And I let him know that he has to be focused on how she moves towards him, not what she say, because they'll talk. When they like you, they'll run their mouth and you get all this sad shit and nobody like me and my family and shit. And at the same time, when you go to work, Tyrone can come through the back door, eat all your kids' snacks and shit, and you done gave up everything. But you won't know this until after the fact or until she loses respect for you. That's why I was fucking your friend. Huh? What? Because they understand that game. And guys, most guys, when they love a woman, they're willing to go all in. They'll go all in. But you break a guy's heart, then that's where you can get the repercussions of your actions. Because heartbreak hurts everyone. I'm glad I got it early. Most guys that got it in their 20s and 30s, them motherfuckers are savages out here. I got it as a teen. Yeah, my mother snapped me back real quick. She snapped me out of it. But I appreciate that time, though, because I understood women different. I looked at them totally different. And I don't think a lot of guys get the message from men early. A lot of guys get the message from the mothers. Treat a woman with love and respect. Be the man. What is being the man? Because that man has to get love and respect also. So I just think guys get the wrong message until they get out here as an adult. Because once you become an adult, that little shit you thought was going to be, it's totally opposite. And it's just unfortunate, but women going to have to make some changes or they're going to be the ones suffering in the end. Because most guys are still trying to raise without a woman.
Parents are teaching you treat women with love and respect, and you're saying that it's not working. So what exactly are you telling men how are you telling men to treat women?
What I'm saying is it's not, they're getting one message. See, that's the thing. They're getting one message. My father told me, you don't have to disrespect a woman, just because she don't like me. But at the same time, don't waste time with a woman who's not showing up for you. Mm-hmm. You know what I like. When we sit down, we explain the shit we like. I play football. I got games on Friday. You coming to the game, the 4 or 5 games in, you ain't showed up. What the hell you doing?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody love who was that? What's the little white girl with Travis Kelce? They love her when she show up to the game. Show up for the guy. Guys have something going on.
Swifties, dog.
Guys just want you to show up. Show up in a respectful uniform. Be respectful to people. Not this entitled shit, because you can get dismissed also if the right person get in his ear. You know, so.
Well, what Rick say, protect yourself at all times. I think with all the stuff that men have to tell, I think respect and all that is good. But men have to protect their heart at all times, just because of the way we love. And we don't tell men that enough. And that's not to disparage women. I think it's to be able to handle a woman's nature, because you guys could change your mind on a dime. There's no repercussions for women changing their mind on shit. And if we're a year in or 2 years in, you know, there's no, you know, so this guy is all in, and all of a sudden you wake up one morning and say, I don't feel like doing this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? And then he's going to have to be able to, so he's got to somehow have governors to be able to take that blow and move on. Now, it's not to say that men don't break women's hearts and stuff like that, but I think it's different. I think it's a little different. Men do break women's hearts, but you know, I'd like to do some real kind of comparison on how that shit really goes.
I think that men break women's hearts, and I also think that, you know, you're saying yes, a woman can change her mind, but it's probably been it's not like she wakes up the next day and changes her mind. There's some thought. There's a reason why she's changing her mind. There's a reason why things are turning differently than what they were. I think that men think that women are, you know, y'all say we're emotional, but then it's like, oh, y'all can just change our minds like that. No, it's an emotional thing. So why do you think it's so quick and easy?
Okay, because we're not in your mind when you're making all these. The reason why you're going to change your mind and spring it on me one day, I don't know how long you've been stewing on that thing. You think Corey Hardwick knew that one day his woman would be on a world tour talking about my happiness? You know, to him, it's like I woke up out of anesthesia. There's lost time there. He probably was like fat, dumb, and happy making scrambled eggs one day, and then all of a sudden, shit. Oh, you know what? It's enough, Corey. I want to go. You think she was gearing him up over a long period of time?
But no, you know, when I said that's cute, but a man, and if you don't know, then that's your problem. But
you should feel the force. Now you're going to tell me about the force.
No, seriously. I mean, if you're really with someone, and you could tell in interviews with Tia and Corey how she would like try to talk over him, and you know, he like, hey, let me talk. Like, if that's her personality, that's her personality. They were all each other, like they only knew each other, or she only knew him. I don't know about him. You know, and so I think that relationships go through changes, of course.
I mean, you're right. I agree with what you're saying. I'm really not disagreeing. I think there's levels to it.
Precious.
There's definitely levels, but I don't think that, you know, men say, oh, well, she broke my heart and now I got to deal with the heartbreak. And it's
okay.
Like, why are you taking any type of self-accountability about the relationship?
Wait a minute. If my heart's broken, I should take accountability for my heart being broken. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, sometimes
Corey Hardwick came out almost a year later talking about how he was crying himself to sleep. How was that his fault?
He's not.
I mean, just one example, right?
He could be crying himself to sleep because maybe he probably shouldn't have done with Tia and had babies with her. Maybe he's crying himself to sleep because he knew that this woman was not the, you know, stay at home wife that he would have wanted.
Right.
She don't have the same attitude as far as raising a family. She want to be out here working. She wants, you know, that's what she was used to doing.
But he had no problem with that.
She didn't make any. He had no problem with it until
she got a problem with him. He was moving up later in his life her career was basically over with.
No. Y'all should have let her finish. Y'all
Yeah,
should've-
Rick,
What I'm saying is, sometimes when a man's heart is broken, you do have a part to play in it. Period. The hell?
Right.
Don't like you out here breaking your hearts and it's like, oh, you broke my heart. Like,
Right. Like you said a couple weeks ago, right? Like you said a couple weeks ago, right?
You also have to go through some self-examination
Right,
too.
right.
Period. Why y'all trying to act like women just doing y'all dirty and y'all just
Hey fellas, make sure y'all hey, self-assess for that one thing that could have kept her. Y'all remember that one thing. I keep trying to tell y'all, good girls do it too, man.
No, I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. Okay, I'm not a man.
No, I'm just telling you.
But men, if you're heartbroken, you do too have to take a self-assessment. What's wrong with what I'm saying?
What self-assessment is that I chose the wrong woman, right?
No, not necessarily.
What else then?
It could be a variety of things.
Like
you could have chosen the wrong woman. Maybe you're not treating her right. Maybe,
that's the overall solution.
Maybe you're not listening to her. Maybe she has said things to you over and over and over again. You still choose to do what you want to do.
Right.
So when you get heartbroken,
right.
Well, what did I listen to? What did I say?
That's fair. But what if that's not the case?
What would be the case that you're heartbroken?
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Not you. I just mean a man in general.
No. I'm saying how you trying to ask me a question after I just asked you a question, right? I'm saying that what if that's not the case? All that stuff you said, there was one thing that might add up.
Because I named a couple of cases. So
either one.
You said they wouldn't be the cases. So you tell me.
No. Don't confuse what I'm saying now. You said a man should take assessment. What if it was this? What if I said pick one? Pick one. You pick one. What if it wasn't that?
What if they weren't the case? Okay, so what if you ignored something she had been trying to bring to your attention?
But what if I didn't? But I said that's fair. But what if I didn't?
What do you mean? What if you didn't?
What if you saying that I did do that I didn't do it?
How do we get to heartbreak? How do we get to
heartbreak? Because a woman changed her mind. She decided she wanted to get out that relationship.
Women don't get out of relationships with men who treat them.
That's not true. That is not true.
Well, I mean, if the woman is getting out of a relationship with a man who treated her good, she doesn't want to be with that man. Period.
Okay, so with that being said, so I should assess that. It's something that I should have to work on because maybe in the next one she gonna think.
If a woman doesn't want to be with you, why are you heartbroken? If a woman don't want to be with you, why are you heartbroken? Go find another one.
Why is this? I'm gonna be, and I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, right? My question is this, right? This is how, again, you're just a girl, right? This is how y'all think, right? Instead of saying why don't y'all ever ask the question, why is she there in the first place? Why is she there?
Men are givers.
Right.
So what are you giving her and what is she receiving in order for her to be there?
Right. So
what are you giving?
I'm giving something because she's there. So why is it not good now?
Look, that's a conversation for y'all to have. I mean, I don't know.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Don't.
Yes.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Like, why is she not there?
Hey. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? If you stop and sit in yourself right now, me and you can actually get somewhere. Right now, we can actually get somewhere, right? So again, right? The truth of the matter is that y'all expect us to change and accept while y'all do whatever y'all want to do. That's just the truth of the matter. Once women learn to accept that about how they actually think about it, y'all, I'm trying to tell y'all, that's the way y'all think. Y'all don't look inside yourselves until you're forced to. And the crazy part is you don't look inside yourselves until you realize there's a benefit that you're about to lose. Y'all ask men, well, how did she? Because I love you, stupid. But if you don't love me, right? And let's say, and I'll use your term, you don't respect me, right? I can't be with him. He's not a thug general, right? It's this one. Then why the fuck are you here? Why are you fucking with me in the first place? If what I gave you in the beginning was enough now, what was enough then, why isn't it enough now?
Well, I told you at the beginning, this woman never liked you. Like,
so stay right there. Stay right there. Would you say that the majority of women that deal with men don't like them on that level then? Because that's how most relationships end. A woman changing her mind, saying this isn't enough. What you gave me at the beginning is not enough. So should we believe y'all or not?
I would say that a woman doesn't truly, if a woman's not cutting you, I feel like women cut men off for various reasons, right? But a woman who wants to be with you because of your resources and things of that nature, and when things go south, she ain't really fucking with you like that. She never really loved, and then y'all have kids. This woman never really loved you.
Got you. So is that the majority or the minority of
I feel like that's the majority.
Thank you.
I feel like that's the majority.
So
I feel like a lot of women get with men so they can be okay, so they ain't got to work, so they don't have to get up early in the morning and go down late at night, or take care of the bulk of the bills, and so they get with men who are okay, subpar in their, he looks okay, he can provide,
right. Subpar.
He can do all that stuff.
Listen to what y'all say. Subpar, right? But you need me.
No, but I'm telling you how women are how I feel women are getting with men. They're not getting with the man that they truly love. They're getting with the man who can provide for them.
Right.
Hey, provide for them.
Hold up, champ.
It's not necessarily the man that they are actually interested in. And so the relationship grows sour. It grows sour because money can only go so far.
So with that being said, and seeing that you understand that the majority of women don't really like or fuck with the men that they choose to be with, is it fair to say that men should be on the defensive? Is it fair to say that men should not trust a word that come out y'all motherfucking mouth? Is it fair to say that a man should be ready to toss you aside like yesterday's trash when you don't show him what he needs to see? What grace do you owe a woman?
A man needs to get to know the woman that he is with. A man shouldn't generalize all women because of something that a lot of women do. So you shouldn't do that, because then you'll always be hurt. Then you'll always be looking at
why not? Why shouldn't I generalize?
Because
it's a numbers game, right?
It is a numbers game, but why would you generalize?
Because it's safer for me.
For you.
Yes,
and
for me.
What does that safe mean? You don't feel nothing? What is safe? What's safe?
My time, my energy, my resources.
Okay, so what? You just gonna be single forever? Is that the alternative?
Isn't that what's going on right now?
It is what's going on right now.
Are we done? Can we move to the next video?
It is what's going on right now, but is it right?
It don't matter if it's right. It's what's happening.
It is what's happening.
No. This what I tell you. It doesn't matter what's right. It doesn't matter what's right. It's what's correct. Men have to move correctly.
Okay.
So again, it's put back on the men to be more smart. It's put back on the men to get to know that it's never that women should be better.
Women should be better. Women should be better. Period. Like, who said that women shouldn't be better?
Everybody.
Everybody? Like who?
Everybody. Society. You can be a dumb fat woman and win a beauty contest. Love you for you, girl. You ain't got to change.
Take me as I am.
You could be a man and win a beauty contest.
Listen, my shit is circular because it's true. You know what, girl? You got kids by another man. It's no problem. Jesus gonna send you a man. You ain't got to change that. You know what? You got a million bodies. Why you ask me about my bodies? That shouldn't matter. It's the past. Y'all don't want women to change. Y'all could care less.
We address this almost every show, and I call them the dead fish going downstream.
It's a river full of dead fish.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. You're right. I'm not going to argue against it. You're right. You're absolutely right. And so when there's a lot of dead fish going downstream, right? You're not going down that stream with them, are you? No.
No, that's why y'all can't get married.
We can't get married because there are a lot of dead fish going downstream, but there are a lot of men who are hurt and don't forgive. And so just because you're not going downstream,
that's not you're joining. Forgive. They can't find because a lot of the so-called good women are swimming in the same pool with the dead fish. So the guys are protecting themselves. There's a lot of men who want to get married, but the vetting process has broken, it's falling apart. And that's why, I don't want to go too far. I mean, we've been through this whole thing. It's circular, like you said. It's like, what's come first, the chicken or the egg? If a man has to ask a woman to marry him, then the burden on him is to say, hey, I want to marry you. And if he can't find a one who fits in all of those criteria, he'd be smart not to get married.
It's your.
He'd be smart not to get married.
I'm sorry.
Okay, man.
I keep trying to tell y'all, it's a woman's job to convince a man to marry her. It is not a man's job to say, you know what, I'm gonna turn you into my wife. That's not how this thing goes.
I hear what you're saying. Even if it is a woman's job to convince a man to marry her, it don't seem like y'all need that much convincing. And then then the woman divorces you. And then it's like, oh, well, she convinced me that she was a wife. You have to also do your research too. You have to be invested too. It's not just
So again, right? You're asking men, right? The point you made is real simple. You just basically said it don't take much for a man to see a woman and want to marry her. It doesn't take much. So why is it so fucking difficult for every woman to do?
No, why is it difficult? Why, if that's the case, she's proven to you that she's a wife, you marry her, and now the divorce rate is where it's at. Why do you think the divorce rate is so happy if it was that easy for her to get married to you?
It's that way because it's that way, sis, because it's exactly what you said earlier. These women are dead fish and a bunch of fucking liars because men shouldn't believe nothing that come out their mouth, correct?
You shouldn't believe anything that come out of the dead fish's mouth. If it's going downstream and you decide to marry it, it's only going to divorce you and continue to go downstream. So if you're believing the lies, if you're believing the facade, so is she to blame?
Right. So it's what I tell you before once we get in a relationship, Precious. What do I tell y'all whenever we talk about the relationship? Anybody?
That is the man's fault.
So are you again, this is a redundant point, right? We're talking about getting up to this part again, right? If this is you can lie. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all fucking liars, bro. you get mad at us. We get to we're held responsible for believing your fucking lies. Think about that. Perpetual victims. Women are perpetual victims. Oh man, she lied. You should have known better as a man. Are we done with this point? Can we move to the next video?
You're not necessarily going to know a woman through surface level. It's going to take an added force, and to me, that's God. But I don't know if y'all ready for that conversation. It's going to be
Hey,
But
I'm
you know,
my
sisters ain't ready
own
for that.
personal Jesus. I keep trying to tell
Hey.
you.
Hey, look.
Headed for it. It's because you know why? Because y'all just said men do stupid things for women, right? Y'all do stupid things for women.
Yeah,
And it's
well, let's put this, Precious. It's the threshold for belief for men is lower than it should be.
Huh?
We believe the lies too much. We believe the lies. That's a man. Look, listen. If men love harder than women, it doesn't take much for a man to believe the lies. It really doesn't. That's where it's at. They had a whole damn HBO special on there about believe the lie, whatever that thing was. Pretty good. But anyhow, men believe the lies, and listen, and women know how to do it pretty well.
Hey, nah.
Especially if something on the other side is something that they want. It's not hard to convince a man that you love him for the moment. It's not. And it's unfortunate. I think a man should take a hit for that, but that's kind of how we're wired. We're predictable in certain aspects, especially if you're pretty. It's just a shame, man. It's just the way it is.
Go ahead, Frank.
Go ahead, Frank.
I looked today at work before we left our meeting, man. This girl told me she was weighing the options between like a systems analyst engineer and a thug. Guess who she chose? Guess who she chose? Yeah. And then, but look though, and then she said, well, now he on his last leg. If he showed me one more red flag, I said, he ain't showed you enough. You know what I'm saying? He ain't showed you enough red flags yet. And then she said, you know what? You're right. I need to go back and get me a systems engineer.
Yeah.
Like,
she's gonna keep both.
Bruh. If she go back and get this systems engineer, you think she really gonna be happy? Because she chose what she wanted when she had both of them options available to her.
This shit is crazy when you think about it. This shit is hilarious. Y'all hilarious. I love y'all, but y'all ain't shit. Oh, not for real. When you're honest about it, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't
but
shit.
y'all love it though. Y'all love it.
Fucking fact. And y'all know to hold it against us. That's our whole fucking conversation. Y'all know it and understand it, and y'all hold it against us. Y'all use it for leverage. And when we say we believe y'all, y'all know we fucking lie. That's what you saying right now.
Men lie, women lie.
No.
Let it go, man.
Hey, bro, fellas, good girls do it too, bro. I'm telling y'all.
Men lie, women lie.
They do it too. Don't let them fool you.
Women are supposed to be the followers.
Oh, here we go with the men are the leaders.
But my man already laid it out. She chose what she wanted. She chose the guy that most men would look at those two and be like, okay, this Nug, he's not a leader. We would tell her that. And what's she gonna choose? Nug is more excitement. He won't hold me accountable.
Why y'all worried about her choosing a thug?
No.
Come on, Frank.
That's her issues. Why y'all worried about her choosing a thug?
It's not that. It's not that. But you said that men need to take responsibility, right? So if she go back and she finds her an engineer, she gonna say that he was boring, she was bored, he wasn't exciting enough, and all of those things. And then you're gonna say that he's the one that needed to take accountability because he chose her. But we all know that she
analysts know that he was an option.
Of course he does not know that she's choosing between him and the thug. But right, listen, she chose, and now she no longer deals with the other guy, the guy she should have chose, hands down, right? Because everybody was like, yo, where's he at? Why you not talk? Where's he at? Now I let him go. And I got the old boy, he a thug. And I even said, I said, you really want to, like, you want Tupac in the suit, don't you, for real? And she said, yes. But she did say, I do need to go back because I do be in these circles. So I need to go find me a good man because I do want to be married one day. But I'm just saying that if she goes back and she finds her one and then she leave him because he wasn't a thug, he wasn't a gangster, he wasn't in the streets, he wasn't exciting enough, he was boring, she had to be at home all the time, you gonna blame him? I just want to know.
I'm gonna blame him if he doesn't see her immaturity. Yes, I will.
Okay.
Okay. So let's okay.
Hey, our pain.
will.
It's our fault for liking her, and it's our fault for them liking us. You know what I'm saying? It's our fault for liking her, and our fault for not seeing this shit is
He
crazy. Y'all
wants
hilarious.
but wants to get with the man who is balanced, probably disciplined, has things going on in his life. He'll see how immature she is. If he play with her, he's a fool. You control your kingdom, period. Period. A woman, if the woman is controlling your kingdom, then you're not the king of your kingdom.
Facts.
I'm just, I don't understand.
You never will. You never will. You a girl.
You gotta go beyond Pound Town and
you never will. You're a girl.
So we just
get that invested. There has to be a reason that they're that invested. And my thing is, Frank, if this man is invested in this woman, she is going to show signs that she's not really invested in him. She just wants to be with him because she feels as though she for other people and what it would look like.
No, she's not though. She's not gonna show him signs. She may no, she won't.
Y'all predictable.
Listen, man, practice. You act like women don't know how to play the game. What this woman sounds like she's gonna do
is your heart gets broken easily.
No. Wait, hold on for a second. But she's not. She's gonna be able to get this engineer because if he likes her, she's not gonna show the sign that she want a thug. She's gonna play the game, and what she'll do is the things that the thug gives her, she's gonna keep. She's gonna have this dude on a string, spending his money, living in his crib. And maybe even have a baby that he has to have a paternity test for because she's going to still be banging out the thug because the thug don't care whether she's around or not. He don't care if he's a.
Are you saying that there are no signs?
Go ahead, say.
What you say?
I'm asking you, are you saying that there are no signs for that?
I'm saying that women know how to play the long game and they know how to play it well. And the signs could be hidden. I mean, listen. Hold on. Let me just say this. Listen, what kind of signs are we talking about? Signs of disrespect. That woman can probably respect the engineer when she's with him. That's not going to take her that much. Right? She ain't gonna. Well, she's not. I mean, if she's halfway educated, she might not go into thug speech when she's with him. She might be presentable to his boss and his peers. They don't know that she got a thug life back there. She might know how to handle that,
bro.
I mean, so go ahead.
No, you're right. But I'm saying this is the thing, though. A lot of women who want that ain't even from that. They're not even, and she's not from that. She just likes the excitement. Now, the one thing is that I can say about playing the game is the things that she would like, and like she said, okay, basically, right? She said, "Oh yeah, he was shot." She said, "I gave thugs up a long time ago." This is her words. "I gave thugs up a long time ago, and then he came along." And I said, "Can I ask you a question? Because this is something that I hear." I said, I just want to hear from a woman. And she's like, okay. I said, so you chose You gave up all of that for somebody. Like, you know how somebody can just pass the line if you like them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you like the way he look aesthetically. There was a guy that was there who probably wasn't exactly the same. And then this guy was a thug too. So you just was like, you know what? Like, I'm buckling up. I'm about to ride this ride. The things that she gonna hide when she get with that engineer, it's gonna be all the things that she like him for. It's not gonna be the other shit.
There's no
That's all I'm saying. Yes, it is.
Come on, Precious.
What you saying, sis? What you saying?
There's faking, but there is no hiding. Okay? If a woman truly loves another man, another man is not going to allow her feelings for the man that she likes to go anywhere. So when you say play the long game, she is faking. She is faking.
How long can she fake? How long do you think she can fake?
If you can't tell that she's faking, and if you can't tell between the closeness,
what faking look like?
Yeah, what
to me, faking looks like, yeah, she may kiss you, yeah, she may, be in the car with you, yeah, she may cook for you, but there is no genuineness there. There's no
she's busting it out for him too. She's doing more than just kissing him.
So the very things that's supposed to bring us together can be faked.
I think that some women do that. Yes.
And would you say that's the majority or the minority?
Just like women want men to marry them, and y'all look, we just kicking it. And the whole time y'all having sex, and the whole time y'all doing whatever, y'all faking.
Y'all faking.
Men.
Y'all.
Yeah. Just like y'all say y'all to us as women, y'all, all y'all. It can be faked. And there are some men who will pick up on it and be like, I'm not having it. And there are some men who are so far in that even if y'all did see the signs, you wouldn't leave anyway.
Right.
You're not going anywhere.
Question.
You're not going anywhere.
Question. How did you expect the man to find out what's real or fake with that woman?
Go to God.
What you expect?
And that's real. Go to God.
What if God ain't listening?
He listening. Don't put that on him like that. He listening.
Put her through it. Fellas, put her through it.
You can't say that because
fellas, put her through it. He put her through the ringer. Make her prove herself. Test her like an Iowa test.
Well, if she love you, it ain't gonna be a test, boo boo.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Because everything can be faked, right? Because everything can be faked.
If she loves you, it's not fake, and it won't be test.
So what's love? Right? Exactly what you said.
God is love, Rick. God is love.
Hold on.
God is love.
Right. Hold on.
What's love got to do?
For men, you said what we say. As long as she respects you, right? You just said the respect can be faked, right?
What is love but a second?
So how do I find out that the respect is real?
Go to God.
How do I find out that her actions are real? How do I find out that the cooking is really for me and the smiles and
oh my God!
Run her through it. My boys.
You
run her through it.
Their wives could be faking with them too.
Run her through it.
Now y'all all hurt.
Run her through. Listen to what.
Now y'all acting like
hey, you don't ask fish how to fish, guys. You don't ask a fish how to fish, right?
Then y'all acting like savages in the street. You listening to y'all the booty hurt friends.
That's so funny.
So I got one question though. He go to God, right? For some reason he still choose her. Can he blame God?
No, he could blame himself for not listening.
Oh, okay. Just checking. I was just checking. Because most people make worldly decisions.
Exactly.
Regardless of who they pray to.
exactly.
So you telling him? I'm just saying. So he go.
If you're going to go,
So he go pray.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, your mic is delayed. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So you go pray. You pray for her. You pray for it. You know what I'm saying? And you choose her. And everything is good. She leaves you. Right? That is just strictly you. You, even though you were prayerful and all of this, you pray for this woman.
So it's not necessarily tonight I'm gonna pray and tomorrow I'm gonna it is not like that, okay? It's not like that. It's
yeah.
God is not an easy bake oven, y'all. He's not. It's not an easy bake oven, okay?
Understood.
It's not like that. You got to be serious about it. You have to be serious about it. And if you, first of all, something you don't even need to go to God with. Like, come on.
Like what?
Certain things you just know if the woman is not the woman.
Like what?
You just know if the woman is not.
Even when she faking it.
Right? She faking it.
Is she the woman?
Huh?
If she faking it, is she the woman?
What?
But you don't find that out until after.
We don't know if she's faking it.
You don't find that out until after.
If she's faking it, she's not the woman.
How do I know that?
So far up the coochie.
Sister,
that's what y'all want. Remember last show?
How do I know she's faking?
Go to God. Like, how many times do I have to say it? Y'all, like, but y'all don't want to accept that answer, and that's okay. You'll never know.
But listen,
you'll never know.
I got you. I hear you. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. You got to be invested in it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
Because in order to know a person that you don't know off the street, like that is completely a stranger, you got to know who created that person. You got to be in commune with that person. Just like if you used to go adopt a puppy or a cat or whatever, you're going to go around the parent of that whoever gave birth to that cat, and you're going to see how she mothers the child. You're going to spend time. You're going to see who created this cat, this dog, this whatever it is. You want a house built, you're going to go to the developers. You're going to look at the lesson plans. You're going to see what's being built. So, you can't go to another man or another woman and be like, but I don't know. But what if I don't know? Well, I don't know either, boo-boo.
Exactly.
Only God knows. He's the only one who knows. So if we want to be in a relationship, if we really want to have true relationships with people, we have to be in contact with the Creator, because if not, we're going to be lost. We're going to be a nation of people who don't want to get married, which was created by God. The very thing that's created by God, once you get in it, you don't even want to consult God no more. How does that work? And before you get in it, you got to be in consultation with God to know that it's the right thing to do.
Listen, I don't disagree with your covenant marriage theory, but then you have to take the state out of it, right? It has. If you could just go down to get in church and you commune with your significant other, your wife, your husband, or to be, and you can get married legally just for the church without with the rules of the state, they're not going to understand what you're saying. Right? Because the real practical part of it, the real reality of marriage is that whether that lady's for God or not, she's handed a loaded gun against you in every state in the union. And if she changes her mind based on the laws that we have, no matter how your vetting was 10 years before this occurred, she could just leave. But listen, let me just say this. If the woman left without taking half of your shit, then I would agree with you 100%. But that's not how it goes. So she'll say, I don't want to be with you no more, and she'll leave, but she's going to take her shit with her, your shit with her. And that's the problem because of the way things are structured. So men can't just not protect themselves. However way they do it, men have to protect themselves. Because you can go through that whole God process and all that. And at the time, God was with both of y'all. right? But God says, and some people believe this, that everybody has free will. That means you have the will to change. You have a free will to change your mind.
And God don't take
and God allows you to do that. He might punish you for it, but so what I'm trying to say is it only could take you so far in the vetting process, but then you got to start to really live. And you can hold hands, go to church every Sunday, and do all that.
I guess y'all know what it feels like to be God for a little bit, huh? I guess y'all know what it feels like, right?
I do. I'm a man. I understand it completely.
I'm just saying. I'm seriously.
Yeah.
Being loved dearly.
Listen.
Yes.
And then acting like the person don't even know you no more.
Right. Right. Now,
See, I always have my Bible close by. You know what I'm saying? It's right here, right next to me.
So precious. Listen, and this is what I learned from my grandfather was a pastor for 35, 40 years of his life. He didn't move like God. And it goes back to what was said earlier. Listen, forget what the fuck she say. Watch how she move. Because if she's moving under God, she's going to reveal that. But again, a lot of women don't bring God into it until they the victim. Now, God, protect me. No, you made a decision despite what God was telling you prior to. And that's where the problem lies, because how's it that they so quick to change their mind when God was already telling them prior to move a certain way? Well, I didn't feel like it. I didn't feel like that was best for me. The guy who was the engineering guy, he was moving in this godly manner. Thug Tyrone, he was a savage, but he ain't godly, but I want him. Now when Tyrone run out through the mud, guess what she gonna want? She gonna want the guy that was moving in his godly spirit. So it's all about how they move. 90% of women lie. They lie to their advantage.
95.
Okay.
So y'all get an A in line. Brothers, we don't know how to lie because our mind is
lie.
Focused.
What do you mean you don't know how to lie?
We don't. Because at some point,
our patterns. You know why? You know why you can say that, Precious? Because you know what men want. What he says is how men move. Every single man, you know what he wants. Everything he says is window dressing to what you know he wants. That shit is evident. It's not a secret, right? So no matter what we say, if I'm courting you, if I meet you and I want to talk to you, you know what I want. Period. You know it. I mean, everything is just around. I don't have to lie. I don't have to. The lie is only to try to speed up the process. The truth of the matter is, you know what I want.
Right. The lie is only to speed up the process, but you don't have to.
Because you already know what I want, and you might want to believe the lie because I'm the thug.
I'll struggle in a Bentley, so you know what I want.
So this notion that the women don't know what men want from them is just crazy.
They know.
And the crazy part, and the crazy part is this, right? Again, marriage is supposed to be a covenant between you, your spouse, and God. But there has to be wives for that covenant to exist, right? And then there are no wives available. So when men use women for the one thing that they want them for, you look at men, not you, but the society look at men bad. You should change. Y'all say we should change. We always wanted y'all box. The game is that y'all was supposed to be a certain type of woman, right? That make it so for me to get your box, I got to take care of you over a lifetime. Right? But again, is that the majority or the minority? I keep trying to tell y'all, but then the conversation to come back, well, men, if y'all held out, right? If y'all don't give these women what they want, I thought y'all don't want to be married, right? Or do y'all? Or do you? Because it sure look like y'all ain't getting what y'all want.
They don't want to be married. Most men today will say that they don't want to be married. So
Why?
Because they don't feel like there's wifeable women out.
Hmm.
But that doesn't mean that there isn't. That's just what they believe.
Right. The majority or the minority?
The majority.
Do you believe that most women are wifeable?
Do I believe most women are wifeable? No.
Most.
I said most.
No. Do you?
No. I think a lot are, majority no.
Right. So again, what you're seeing right now, the things that women complain about, men, it's of their own doing.
I agree.
Y'all exactly right. We're simple. We'll crash out. Facts. We will crash out over the woman we believe that's worth it. And it's so simple to convince a man, hey, you can lie to him and he'll marry you, no problem, right? So if it's so simple, why can't it get done? Maybe because now men understand that the juice isn't worth the squeeze anymore. This is not a man problem. Men are the same. And if any changes you guys see, they're simply adapting to the playing field that you guys are leveling. This is a woman's problem. When y'all become better, not you, but in mass, when the majority becomes better women and become wifeable women, the game, it'll adjust itself. And the problem is, like I said, most women, once they get a certain level of freedom or elevation, they never want to go backwards. So you have to be forced. You have to be forced to accept the conditions. The pendulum is going to swing, guys, whether you like it or not. The pendulum is going to swing.
No, I agree with what you're saying. I agree. I agree that women have to do better. We as women have to not give in to, men may not quench their urges, but women, you can't be going out there getting your urges off like you're a whole man. Because you're just adding to the reason why men don't want to marry. Maybe we should leave them on blue balls.
You used to. It was a lot of weddings back then.
Yeah.
Lifetime ones.
That thing be jumping today. No, it ain't gonna happen. It be jumping too much. And don't let me come through sagging, smelling good with my fake gold chains on. They going.
My shit is circular because it's true. Not because it's redundant. Not because it's useless information. It's because it's true.
Well, I mean, if you're watching, you're hearing it here first on The Real Precious, okay? All right, like you're hearing it here on The Real Precious. If you don't take nothing else, take what they say. Because I mean, it's the truth. I always believe a lot of people have like a detachment issue, and I feel like you shouldn't. While y'all are saying, well, yes, a woman can change her mind. I think that a lot of women have actually attachment issues and that they don't leave certain situations soon enough. I think that there are certain situations where, a woman may be like years in and she'll change her mind about whatever, but either she never should have been with this guy, he never should have been with her, or they should have seen it a lot sooner. Once you get years in, money gets invested, money gets shared in different bank accounts and things of that nature. It's harder to split. It's harder to go your separate ways.
Yeah, I'm not really sure with all the attachment issue stuff. I guess, does J-Lo have attachment issues? Would she be an example?
Attachment issues. A lot of women do not know how to detach.
Okay.
And when I say detach, I mean before marriage, meaning just like you said, Arpain, you had this period of time where it was just like, okay, I'm not dealing with any women because I know that I want to be married. Same thing with women. You shouldn't be dealing with men that are not serious if you want to be married.
No.
just because you want to get an itch scratch.
And that itch be itching, precious.
Right. So, you know, but then there are some women who make itches just as much as y'all.
But it goes in cycles, 10-year cycles.
Right, but cycles only change when you do.
But here's the thing: most women are not willing to make the change. They're not willing to make.
Either.
But guys are changing every day
because it's your nature. You
don't.
But
guys are changing every day. That's why we're getting this result from guys looking at women totally different. They understanding how women are moving now because our message is going from coast to coast.
Like y'all, women are moving now like y'all been moving y'all whole lives,
and that's going to be detrimental to the women because they're going to get in their 30s. I need a good husband, but your husband was in your 20s that you gave your kids to.
It is going to be detrimental but I know y'all say this is a woman's problem, but at the same time, there are men who are going to be savage to the day that they die. They're going to be savages until the day that they die, right? And there's going to be some bitter woman looking at this man like he did me dirty and he wasn't ish, and she going to continue the cycle, and it's going to continue and continue and continue. So just like women need to change, there are some men who need to change too. There are some men where it's just like sticking your dick in her coochie ain't worth it. It ain't really that worth it. There are some women that you just need to not put it in, but you just so horny you want to put it in anyway. So just like there are women who need to change the game, there are some men who need to change the game because y'all ain't shit either and you're dirty. I'm just saying, like,
you see how simple that is? You see how simple that is? Right? That's accountability. And
that's not accountability. That's what else you got?
Again, like I said, see the. What do we say? What do we say? What do we talk about at the beginning of this conversation? Monogamy, right? Mm-hmm. How men, right, once they find a woman they want, that they love, right, are willing to change their behavior. Now that don't matter. Now that we hearing this conversation, right? So would you say you got basically 1, 2, 3, 4 guys on this panel that basically operate almost in the same mindset when it's kind of the subject matter? So would you say the men that are the dogs, the Chads, the thugs, the fake Tupacs, would you say they're the majority or the minority?
The fake thugs and things of that nature, they're the minority.
Okay.
Fake thugs? Fake thugs?
No, not fake thugs.
Fake thugs. I don't know.
I'll say it again. Maybe you didn't. Maybe it'll come on the second time, right? So would you say these dudes that are nasty, that have no self-control urges, right, who can't stop themselves from fucking every woman that they come across, right? The ones who's leaving babies everywhere en masse, would you say those men are the majority or the minority?
I would still say that they're the minority because there are men who have babies who take care of their babies. There are men who are just
right.
There are some men that are just selfish.
Yeah, but they're the minority of men, though.
Let's stay right there, right? So again, fellas, #, good girls do it too, right? So right there. All for the ones, right? They're not the majority of men that do this, that act this way, that has access to fuck every woman they want, right? But still, it comes back to men have to change too.
I said some of y'all. I didn't say all men. I said some of y'all have to change too. Because guess what? The minority, the bad ones, are getting more attention than the good ones.
Why?
You don't hear about a lot of good dads.
Okay, why? Why do they get more attention?
It's not the man's fault, Precious.
Yeah, why do they get more attention, Precious? Why?
What do you mean why? Because that's what society.
No, not society. Let's be more specific.
About the bad ways, the good ones.
You got to be more specific. In society, why do they get more attention? Because women are giving it to them.
Eggs than the good ones. Just like women. Society would rather hear and down the bad women and actually recognize the good ones.
It's not society. It's the women that's giving those guys the attention.
The reason why, because just what you said earlier, with the women, it's too many. With the men, that's the problem. There's very little.
I ain't gonna say very little.
It's very little.
They're not the majority. If we want to place them in,
so you're saying men today don't want to get married, so they're not getting married. Now, I think that number is a majority. That number is turning into a majority of men who want to get married.
Can I tell you why?
Of men who want to get married. There's different levels.
Because there's so many women who gave the best part of their lives to dudes. It doesn't make it worth it to those guys to marry anymore. We just said that the marriageable women rate is really low. So men who want to get married have to either cherry pick as hard as they can or go outside of their race or stay single. Or so that's the issue. Listen, we'll sit down here. This is not a red pill channel.
Right.
Let me just say this. We'll sit down here and we'll argue back and forth. Men still want to have women who have some virtue left as wives. That we just do. Right? No matter, it shouldn't matter what my body count is. I can't buy a mutual fund without looking at his past. Right? So all I'm just trying to say is, some men, and men are not getting that, right? Or else there'll be more men who'll be willing to get married, right? Because a great deal of women, and let's just say black women for sure, make sure that they're not marriageable by the shit that they say and do. I'm not even talking about sex, even that's too much, but just the disrespect, the this, the that, all that kind of shit. This thing when men say, I just want peace, that shit's true. I want respect. That shit's true. Nobody wants to come home tussling with their wife, especially if I gotta go out. With their partner, right? You guys don't even want husbands. You don't want partners. I would disqualify a woman who called me a partner right off the bat because she's not looking for a husband. I don't want no goddamn partner. I want a wife. So I mean, even the vernacular has changed because the gays made the women change a relationship into a partner because that's what they used to call each other. And so now we have men coming up here. Well, my partner. Every time I hear a man say that shit, I cringe. So I mean, there's some subtleties in this thing. We're out of kilter, and it's not like men are not at fault in some areas, but the sexual marketplace doesn't belong to us. You guys govern that shit. You do. We just playing it. Men just playing it. And now men are saying, I'll just rather just buy some sex. Because you guys have made it so not you. Women have made it so transactional. I might have just put 20 on the table, 40 in the back, $100 here. I mean, forget the dinner. Why don't I just give you the $300? And let's just get with it. And she said, well, no, because I'm not going to spend my $300 on you so you can be on your phone all day long and shit like that. Why don't we just get with it? So I mean, I don't envy these guys today. I really don't. It's just crazy. So I feel sorry for my daughters too, because I know they're not like that because they're my daughters. But they got to go swim in that pool with being distrusted by men and all that kind of stuff who might want to play with them. But I got my edict. If you got a boyfriend, I need to meet him first. That kind of stuff. Rick got some shit. What the hell is that what Rick got on? So I don't know what that other video is.
We're gonna get into it now. If you're just joining, definitely
your headache is gone now. I see your headache. You
believe me, I still have it. But we're gonna get into the next video. Now this video is actually the topic of this live. A man will always be willing to hurt your feelings. And the healing process was actually talking about Jamal Bryant and how he said he had to go through a healing process, in which we didn't necessarily cover that, but I do think that men do need to go through a healing process. I think that there does need to be a period where You're not blaming every girl for something that the girl did to you when you was 14, 15, 16. Like, you know, you need to get out of that savagery mode, because then you're making, you know, the problem even bigger, because now you out here hurting people that didn't bleed on you, but you're gonna bleed on them because you hurt. And men don't want to admit that, but there are healing processes that you have to go through before trying to actually, you know, marry somebody. I don't think that you can, you know, do the things that you do when you're single. And y'all were talking about, you know, well, how do you know she's true and blah, 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 blah. They have, and I kept saying go to God, but they have premarital counsel. They have things of that nature where you can, you know, get that done. If y'all ain't dealing with real people who don't tell you they real feelings and they ain't real with you, I mean, I don't know. I think that everyone should be real with everyone, so you know where you stand. You know, if I can't be real with you, I can't have nothing with you. Nothing. And if you don't take my realness for what it is and believe me when I say certain things, then I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I think that people should be real with one another. And I don't think we have enough people being real with one another.
Can I ask you, can I say one thing to what you just said before you move on?
Yeah.
If you were sitting down with a man, the man in general, decent guy, he's more apt to believe you than disbelieve you. Every word you say. He's more, if he likes you and he's with you, most men will be more apt to take your word for it. Not distrust you and then they need to do all that kind of stuff and see how you move. But if you say something to a guy that likes you, for the most part, he's going to believe the shit that you say.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm serious. I don't know why you don't think that's true.
I don't think that. I mean, when y'all say that a man has been hurt, right, and now he's in the savage mode and blah 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 blah. What would make me believe that he's going to believe?
Oh, first of all, listen. Most men don't. You're treating us like women, right? Most men don't carry trauma like that from one girl to another. We're not going to let you. No, not like what you're saying. We don't say, "Well, my past girlfriend did this, so I'm looking at you. You remind me of her, so I'm gonna distrust what you said." We don't move that way. Here's how we would move. We would have our heart guarded a little bit. But if I like you and we're in a setting, I'm still apt to believe what you say. But I'm not going to tell you, well, you know, I don't believe you. I got to see you prove it. I'm going to just be watching how you move after you said the shit you say.
Exactly.
I'm going to be guarded that way. I'm not going to give you and sit down. Listen, I can tell you this. I'm not the kind of dude. I'm not even like this select dude. But I never went to a dinner with a girl and told her and talked about my past girlfriend. Never. That's just so stupid.
No, you're not going to talk about it.
And there's some guys who do that. You know, I wouldn't say that. So my past trauma is not your business. I'm gonna just look at you through the lens I have, hear what you say, and then see how you move.
But well, some women can tell if a man has been traumatized, if he's still working off of hurt.
I don't know what man you kind of talk about. Let's talk about the average dude. The average dude, but not the guy who's like, you know, in a scarcity mindset and all that shit. I mean, a regular dude who's kind of comfortable around women. He ain't walking around with trauma on his shoulder.
Have sex every day. It's scarce. So it would be a scarcity mindset if you ain't getting it every day. I don't know.
No. See, listen, let me also tell you that a normal guy, man, understands he's not going to have sex every day. Right? We understand that. Yeah, maybe Rick might. But some guys, Rick and Ferg, but some guys.
No, I got a question. I got a question. That's all.
Go ahead, man. Let me start. Go ahead.
Question, Precious, if you don't mind. You just said that some women, right, can tell when a man's been traumatized. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
What if he fake like he don't?
There is no faking.
Says who?
when it comes to men and being traumatized, because y'all don't deal with y'all feelings enough anyway. Shit.
Right, right. So if we don't,
if there's a woman who, and I'm talking about intuitive women, I'm not talking about the dead fish going down the stream. I'm talking about women of substance. Okay. If there's a woman that you're dealing with and she's a woman of substance, she can tell that you're still traumatized because you're stagnant. You ain't going nowhere. You're not doing anything. You're not going forward. You're not going backward. You're not making no decisions. You don't talk about yourself. You don't talk about you're just not into that realm, that sphere of being open. And a lot of men who've been traumatized can't be open because they're fearful, because they think that the next woman is going to hurt them. But that's actually it's almost going backwards, because if you're not going to be open, if you're not going to be hot, honest, open, and transparent, like I always say, that can actually work against you, because a woman is not going to be with a man who is not going to be open with her. Yes. And so now you're going to have to take your traumatized self to the next woman who don't require nothing from you but your sex, but your hookups or whatever the case may be. But that's not something that's serious that she would entertain.
Gotcha. Our pain said he'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right. So we're going to move on to this next video. Thank you. Before I move on to the video, Big Ant, did it come up? How's it not coming up? Sorry, y'all. Shout out to the people that are donating to the platform. Big Ant 11 says, take advice from pain if you want to. Also got a cash app from Harrison, I believe. Thank you so much for contributing to the platform. I appreciate you. All right. We're gonna get into this next clip because there was a lot of comments on it on my page, on my Instagram page, Real Precious Official. If you don't follow me, go follow me. But I kind of agree with what the woman is saying. I see it differently than most women would probably look at it. They're probably looking at it as a dig at men, and I'm looking at it in a different way. So we'll discuss it after this.
Always be willing to hurt your feelings. He will always be willing to choose himself. Every man is going to choose himself. If you don't like the way you're being treated, leave. Right. He's going to put himself first. Put yourself first. Men will always choose themselves.
Dang, she comes
It's so true. It's so true. You're not even wrong. If a man is being good to you, and if he's caring for you, he still chose himself first. You're just getting the benefit of that.
All right. So, do you guys think that men are willing to hurt women's feelings in order to put himself first?
In what context?
I think in any context, really. Are you willing to hurt her feelings in order to put yourself first? I would say in any context.
Okay.
I can play the video again if you want me to.
No. What she said was stupid, but let's examine it, right? Let's go to the lowest part, what women deem the lowest part of a man doing, which is cheating on her, right? If I lie to you to protect your feelings, am I putting myself first?
Yes.
Why?
Because you are avoiding the conversation because you don't want the emotions that are going to come out of a woman. So you're putting yourself first. You're not putting her feelings first, because if you did, you wouldn't have the conversation.
No. So what you telling me is that if a man sleep with another woman, putting her feelings first past that point would be just coming telling her that he fucked another bride.
No, yeah, putting her feelings first would be you not even having sex with somebody else.
Right. But we passed that though.
Okay, so now you don't want to tell her, and you, in your mind, you're justifying it as putting you.
I said no one said it was justified. I said her feelings at that point.
Right. So if you don't want to tell her, are you saying you're putting her feelings first?
Yeah.
So you've already cheated.
Yep. You don't know nothing about it.
Right. And you're not telling her because you're putting her feelings first.
Yes.
And why aren't you telling her about it?
Because I don't want to hurt your feelings.
But she's not the only person in the relationship. You are too.
Okay. It's not hurting me.
So if I took $50,000 out your bank account and didn't tell you because I didn't want to hurt your feelings, am I putting your feelings first or mine?
Do I know?
No, you don't know.
Okay. I can say you putting my feelings first because if I don't know about it, right? If I had so much money,
Right, you're in a relationship where you're one.
Let me finish. Right. So if I had enough money that I wouldn't miss $50,000 and you took it and you didn't tell me, right? My feelings are intact. So is my image of you, correct?
I can't really say that. We had a live about a woman taking funds out of her husband's bank account, and y'all considered it stealing.
He knew.
Because he knew.
Play the video back to what she said. Play the video.
He knew about her stealing the funds?
Yes.
Well, he found out. He found out.
Right. He found out, which means she didn't say, I'm going into the account to put these funds in a breakaway account.
Right. Again, you're moving past what I'm asking. If I slept with another chick, if me and you was together and I slept with another chick and you knew nothing about it,
Mm-hmm.
and I lied to you about where I was,
Mm-hmm.
whose feelings am I protecting, yours or mine?
You're protecting your feelings.
How? I don't feel no way about it. What did you
Then
talk
tell
about?
me. Tell me about it. Then tell me about it.
Why? I don't want to hurt you.
Oh, how you know it will hurt me?
Good night, y'all. Good night, y'all. We ain't gonna lie. You ain't gonna lie on my face. Now.
Let me throw this out at you. Remember, Precious? Remember me, right? I told you that.
My thing. If you're no, let's stay here for a second. You're putting her feelings first and not telling her about it because you don't want to hurt her.
Correct.
Right? But you would have never hurt her in the first place if you didn't sleep with another woman.
You don't know.
I don't know what.
You don't know I slept with nobody.
Right, but you're not telling me, which means you're omitting that on purpose. That's something that you're not. I don't know.
Right.
Purposely not telling me.
You dancing around it because you're a girl. You will never understand. Right. Again, we are talking about the video.
Right. We are. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I could play it again. Usually you need to and read 3 times in order to comprehend what's going on.
It's about what she said is that they will hurt your feelings over their feelings. That's what she said. I didn't make that up. It's plenty of time. If this is the case, listen to what I'm saying, right? Then women actually don't believe that men sacrifice for them.
Of course, men sacrifice for women.
So, how can that point that she made even be valid?
Okay, but you're gonna find the woman worth sacrificing for.
I never disagree with that. Let's not
just going off the street and getting
let's not move it, right? You keep trying to put it on me.
I'm not. But
I already did my part.
Right. For you, right? You did your part. This is a suitable woman for you that you feel is worth sacrificing.
Right. So again, it doesn't matter what I believe is worth. What does it benefit me if I sacrificed my life for you? What does it benefit me? That's an honest to God question. Because when I die, when I die, when I waste away, you gonna cry, boo-hoo, release some balloons, and move on to the next nigga.
Why y'all always thinking about the next nigga? Like, just worry about.
Can you replay that video? Can you
worry about your own self?
Can you replay that video for me?
Yes.
Stop worrying about the next bitch, then.
Oh, I don't.
So
I tell women that all the time. Worry about yourself. Worry about yourself. And like the woman in the video said, if he not treating you right, why are you still there?
Chris, you got some super chats. So can you see those?
Hold on. Okay, I see this one.
Yeah, you got one before.
Just like these girls are mad at Cooking with Kaya and they men watching her videos. That wouldn't see. I don't know how old these girls are, but that I wouldn't care. This is some girl on social media cooking. Golly. She's cooking on social media. Social media is not a real place. She's a real person who cooks real food, but at the same time, it's social media. It's social media. Again, like I keep telling y'all, a lot of these women are dead fish going downstream. If you mad at a woman cooking food on social media, shaking her ass, you have no life. You have no responsibilities. You have nothing to look forward to. You have nothing that you're investing in. If that's what you're mad at, I don't understand that. If that's what you're mad at, then you need to get a hobby and get yourself off of social media so you don't have to see Kaya shaking her ass and cooking.
She needs some lessons big time. Hey, listen, you got another one from Big Ant too over here. That said, take advice from pain.
Oh yeah, we did that one. We did that one. You were away.
So I need to see the video again. Or for the first time, I guess. So.
A man will always be willing to hurt your feelings. He will always be willing to choose himself. Every man is going to choose himself. If you don't like the way you're being treated, leave.
Right.
He's going to put himself first. Put yourself first. Men will always choose themselves.
Dang, she comes
It's so true. It's so true.
You're not
even
wrong.
If a man is being good to you, and if he's caring for you, he still chose himself first. You're just getting the benefit of that.
I wonder if she got this. It's the most biggest bullshit I've heard in a long time.
Listen, man. Everything she said is ass backwards. If I'm a single guy, I'm putting myself first every time. And this is the situation. When a guy meets a woman he likes, he's putting her first. He's giving out his resources. He's giving up his time. He's giving up his fucking hammer. He's putting her first. And the thing about it, and this is why I think even what Rick said, brothers need to be more upfront because we worry about their feelings too damn much, too soon. And then we get caught up on the back end because now she ain't feeling me no more. And now we trying to play cleanup. But everything she said is ass backwards. Women put themselves first every time because guess what they say? Well, what they do? Fuck them kids. Kids is dumber, fatter, slower. Who's putting who first? Because a man with his child, go put the child first, go put the family first. He ain't gonna be thinking about, I got my rent is due, but I'm gonna go and get these Jordans and shit. A woman, Beyonce's coming. Fuck that rent. Fuck those kids' tuition. I'm going to the concert. It makes no sense. Again, I don't listen to younger women at all when it comes to men in relationships because they got that shit ass backwards.
Well, that's so funny. But get back to Rick's point, Precious. Just to put a thing, if you don't know, you're taking the other person's feelings into account, even if you're doing wrong, right? Because I said this 100 times that if my wife ever cheated on me, she's got to take that shit to her goddamn grave. Don't tell me. Don't think you want to absolve your conscience by letting me know. Because then my memory of you is going to be tarnished forever. So even if you're on your deathbed, don't say, well, I want to get right with God. And I want to let you know that this guy was breaking my back every other night. And I just wanted to get that off my chest so I can feel to be closer to God and all that shit. No, don't do me no goddamn favor. I might not go to the funeral. So I'm saying, so I don't need to know all your infidelity. So you'll be doing me a favor by not telling me. So I don't want to know. So if I was cheating on my wife, which I didn't, I wouldn't want to just go volunteer. Why would I volunteer that information? Why would I come back to you and say, "Hey, Precious, let me look into your lovely eyes and just tell you, I was banging out this chick. I didn't really mean it, but I had to get it off my chest." You would look at me and you would be mad, not only because I did it, but because I told you.
So you're saying you're liars?
No, I'm not lying. I told you.
Y'all are liars.
No, I told you.
That's what I'm talking about.
You're saying that you wouldn't tell me. You wouldn't look into my eyes and da-da-da-da-da. You wouldn't find yourself doing that. So what I'm saying,
you skipping over the point.
Don't say nothing because you're a liar.
Hold on. Okay, I'm a liar. Call me a liar, right? I can sit down with you. I'm gonna hold your hand. I got something to tell you, Precious. I was cheating on you, and two things are gonna happen. You're gonna be mad at me. Might want to leave, but you're gonna also be mad because I told you. You're gonna be mad at me because I told you. That's gonna be a part of it.
Women always talk about wanting to know the truth, right?
They're lying.
They lie,
right?
Right? They're lying.
Yeah, you're saying that they're lying, but do you even give them the benefit of the doubt of telling them the truth? Or do you think you're the know-it-all and you know everything?
No, I tell women the truth about things.
Pretty
The
much.
answer is yes. I'll tell women the truth, but the only truth I can tell them it doesn't have to do with me cheating. If it had to do with anything else, I'll tell women the truth. You measure it. I tell women the truth all the time. The truth all the time.
Somebody else's vagina.
See, that's that bullshit, right? It's what you said. It's the latter. You right. I think I know everything, right? I think I got the answers to every fucking thing because that's the way it's gotta be, right? I'm the leader, right? It's gonna all fall on me anyway, goddamn right. You look at me to guide everything and to make the right decision, but is it right? You goddamn right. You goddamn right, because that's the way y'all make it. Y'all
but
don't really.
When she go out and do this shit to y'all,
no.
Now y'all can't take it. Now y'all can't. Now y'all are hurt. Now you won't go to the funeral. Now
I told you why I wasn't going to. I said, don't tell me. I said, you keep missing the point. I said, I don't need to know.
Like that's what I'm saying, right?
You're saying don't tell you because you wouldn't tell her. So let's just keep lying.
No. First, I wouldn't do it, but no, I wouldn't tell her. If I had a scrag on the side, I'm not going to come home and tell my wife. Why I'm going to do that?
Right. And you're exactly right. Don't tell me, right? It don't because whose fault is it anyway, Precious?
What?
Whose fault is it?
Whose fault is it?
If she get nope, stop. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it, right? If I picked out the wrong woman and she lied to me and she faking, right? And she fucked somebody else and don't tell me, whose fault is it?
We went over this before, Uncle Ray.
That's right. Good. Let's say that we went to confirm it.
We're in the relationship. It's both of y'all fault. When you pick a woman, that's why it's serious to pick a woman and be serious about picking the woman.
Right. Whose fault is that?
That's your fault. If you pick wrong, that's your fault. When we pick wrong, it's our fault. What the hell? I don't see what's so funny. I don't see what's so funny. If you pick wrong, that's your fault, sir. If we pick wrong, that's our fault. Now, when cheating happens in a relationship, it's both of y'all fault.
Again,
both of your fault.
You are. I hear you. You're attaching on to the cheating thing when I was using it just as an example.
Yeah.
Right. Again, like I said, the truth is right.
Somebody got cheated. It's both of y'all fault.
No. Again, you're attaching on to the example, right? Again, right. What she said is a lie. What she was doing was projecting what women do onto men. Is what women do all the time. It's exactly like Coach first. Women put themselves first. The reason why you're in a relationship with a man is because of why.
Lord, y'all just gave a reason why men put themselves first, and then you said what you said is a
No,
lie.
I didn't. No, I
Men
didn't.
don't put themselves first.
If you're gonna cheat on your wife, okay, you're not gonna tell her. Okay, don't tell her.
Yeah, okay, but
You're not gonna
that's
tell her.
not the only thing you give to your wife.
You're not gonna tell her, right? You're not gonna tell her. You cheat on her, you're not gonna tell her.
Well, okay.
Who's trying to get the rocks off? Who horny? Who looking at all these women and being promiscuous with them?
But you're putting yourself
first in the name of not hurting her feelings. I don't understand what y'all saying.
No, I think you do a little bit, right?
You're putting
first of all, because we let's come from the premise that you shouldn't cheat at all.
Here's the question. I'm sorry,
putting your nature first.
Here's the question. I hear you. Let's keep it right there, right? Now, the adult answer is you shouldn't do that in the first place, right?
Right.
Right? That's the adult answer. Can we all agree?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So my question is this, right? Precious, if I never did it, right? Are her feelings hurt?
If you never cheated
If I never did it, if I never cheated.
Why would her feelings be hurt?
Right. If she didn't know, are her feelings hurt?
You think she don't know, but her
come on, Precious, come on, man. You know, just get answer the question.
Hey, I love y'all. Good night, y'all. Good night. My work is done here. My work is done here. I got to work in the morning. I love y'all. Precious.
Precious, you're tripping. You know what? That's so funny.
Y'all don't give
because you don't want to give no straight answer.
Y'all don't, huh?
Because the answer is that if you don't know, you're going to assume he's not cheating.
You know how many women that don't know that they men cheating on them are still hurt?
Well, hold on. How they can be hurt if they don't know he's cheating?
Because they know. They just can't.
No. See, keep moving the goal. So here's the goalpost. Let's leave the goalpost right here.
If there is no proof, y'all ain't do it. If there is no proof, y'all ain't do it. Y'all not gonna tell her that you did it.
No, that's a different conversation, Precious. That's a different conversation. Okay, we got to stick to the conversation at hand. There's men who actually, the men and women, by the way, who cheat on their spouse and their spouse never knows. Never. There's some men who cheat on their wives and they never know.
I don't think you give these people enough credit. I know people.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, because that's a scenario. There's a scenario when a woman finds out and you don't tell her. That's a different scenario. We could discuss that scenario, but there are times where God cheats on his wife and she won't know it. And there's definitely times when a woman cheats on her husband and he doesn't know it. And so in that case, the ignorance is bliss, if you say, right? Because you don't know. If you were fat, dumb, and happy before, you're fat, dumb, and happy now because you don't know. So, okay, so I get a pang of consciousness. This is a beautiful woman that I've been married to. I got everything on the line. So I'm going to sit down with her and confess. Now, I've told a guy not to cheat before, because I know he couldn't keep it to himself, right? I said, because one day you're going to want to tell your wife that you were cheating and you're going to lose everything you have. So don't cheat. Right? So, because you can't predict what she's going to do. Like I said, two things. She's going to be mad at you and she's going to be mad that you told her. And it's just... same thing with me. Reverse it. My wife cheated on me. I would be mad at her, and I'm going to be more mad that she told me. I'd have to catch her. But she told me that that information changes everything in my marriage. Everything. Right? And if I was fat, dumb, and happy, how come you just don't let me continue to be fat, dumb, and happy?
Okay, so you call us liars and you want us to lie.
I don't want you to lie. I'm not going to ask you if you're cheating.
Right.
If I ask you, are you cheating?
Sure.
How is it a lie? If I don't ask, if I ask you and you're cheating, you tell me no, that's a lie. But if I'm fat, dumb, and happy, I'm not thinking. I'm not checking your phone. I'm not doing any of that shit. I'm not. So I'm just blissfully going through my marriage, thinking everything is cool. Now, if my kid comes out with blonde fucking hair, I'm gonna know something. I hear where you're trying to go from, but you keep moving the goalposts because you're right. You're saying there's a lie of omission. That part is true. But that doesn't change your mood if you don't know. I'd have to volunteer that to you. Am I clearing my soul by telling you that? Or if I'm adding the pain to you to clear my soul, which one is better? And because on the premises, you shouldn't be cheating in the first place. So let's just say that's the basic premise, but we're past that.
Right.
So to absolve myself, I'm gonna tell you something that might be the most painful shit to you, but I don't have to. Maybe that kind of guilt will make me stop doing it, and I say, oh, maybe I got away with it. I'll never do it again. I mean, it's just something to think about, right? I mean,
there are some men who are just selfish and just can't get enough. So I don't
say it's some men. Of course, it's some men, like one or two of us.
Especially if you are not telling her, you're gonna keep doing it. Why
Not
wouldn't
necessarily? I don't think that's necessarily
if you
true.
had the opportunity, the access, why wouldn't you keep doing it?
No, because I can't give you the anatomy of an affair, but just there are guys who might have a one-off. Just like the woman will try to tell me she had a one-off. Hey, just like the guy Hegpath or whatever, the woman went to his hotel room, banged out one, and her husband was 2 doors down.
Okay, you may not keep doing it with the person, but it might happen with somebody else. What I'm saying is you're going to continue to cheat.
Not necessarily so. That's not necessarily true. Every man, you can't say every man is a serial cheater. Right? It could be just a circumstance. It could just be one of those, just like a woman will try to convince me she's not a serial cheater.
I don't understand how
it was the woman, just like your premise. Your premise is that if a woman cheats, it's the man's fault.
No, if anybody cheats in a relationship, in my opinion, it's both of their fault.
No, it's not.
Oh, come on.
It's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
So how is it your fault if we're in a relationship and I'm demonstrating that I like you and you showing up for me, you giving me everything I need, and I go out and sleep around? How's it your fault?
How is it my fault?
Yeah.
You said it's both of our fault. So how's it your fault if that happens?
Right. I feel okay. I'm not just talking about. I'm talking about a marriage. I'm not talking
marriage. Just
marriage. Yeah, we married, and you giving me everything. You showing up for the family. You invested all in, and I go out and cheat. How is it your fault?
I think it's a woman's fault or it becomes her fault then because I mean, now
it ain't that easy. Come on,
now y'all making it seem like women shouldn't get married. Shit.
No, Precious.
How is it your fault?
Because I think when you're in a relationship and if a person steps out, there's a reason why that person is stepping out.
But why?
There's a reason why you're stepping out. And if you're with the person, and if you're with someone, what's the reason for you to step out?
It has nothing to do with you. You've given me everything.
So why are you here?
No, but me cheating has nothing to do with you.
So why are you here?
Because you're giving me everything that I need.
So now you gotta go.
Because he loves you.
You're saying.
Right.
So now you gotta go is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is, how is it your fault that I cheated on you?
Because we're in a relationship.
But how's it your fault though, Precious? What is
your fault, Precious?
What accountability are you taking for it?
Because I feel like if you're in a relationship and needs aren't being met and you feel like you need to get your needs
Precious,
met.
no, you giving me everything. You sexing me 5-6 days a week. You cooking.
Okay, so in that case, she needs to divorce him.
But how's it your fault though?
because if she stays, that would be her fault. She needs to
No,
divorce him. Yes.
Precious, you talking after the act, prior
If
to
she
the act,
stays with the man,
No.
prior to the act, Precious, prior to the act, before I
How was
cheat.
the act her fault? How is the act itself her
It's not
fault?
her fault.
okay, well,
No
prior
fault.
to the act, it's not her fault. But if she stays with a man that cheats on her,
What's the difference
gets
But,
wrong?
everything that
but
she
see, that's
needs,
different,
and
right?
she's a teenager, it would be her fault.
Yes,
That's a
but that's
different
after
story.
the
That's
fact.
wrong.
That's it.
So she needs to divorce him.
Yes,
Yeah, that's her
but if
prerogative.
she,
Yes.
yes, and again, and that goes with both sides. However, if you do decide to stay with that man, and this is where I think women sometimes, they try to hold that ace in the hole. Soon as something doesn't line up according to how she feels at that point, he's always going to be reminded of him
Oh,
cheating.
no doubt. There's no
Every
doubt
part
about
of he can be. It wasn't like that when you cheated with that little ugly ass
it.
girl.
It'll
Well,
last for years.
if it wasn't her fault, then
But if it's not her
Well, how
fault,
long does the penance have to? The penance is going to be for the rest of the marriage.
well,
It
I
will be.
mean, look, you gotta deal with the consequences of your actions. Hello, man. Right? Deal with the consequences.
You're right.
Precious,
So, Precious, let's
know-
get to the real brass tacks, okay?
if-
If a woman cheats on her
That's why y'all
husband,
don't tell.
when
Because y'all
a
want
woman
to
cheats on her husband, it's not his fault.
sure is not.
And so that's why we got into this conversation before. Maybe we should talk about it. And I said, no, there's nothing to talk about anymore. Once you go ahead and bust it open for a real one, the conversation's over. It's done.
I don't know. Women are.
You might not want it to be done, but it's done.
And I don't mean to give women excuses at all whatsoever.
But you're gonna give them one anyway.
But women are receivers, so she's not receiving. Like you said, Coach Ferg said, "Look, she's giving me everything that I need." Right? I went out and went to go because I'm a giver. I have the stick. I can give it. But if a woman is receiving something, and this is why I said is both of their fault, because
no, it's
if
not.
a woman is not receiving something in a relationship, that makes her want to go step out. Y'all can be receiving everything in a relationship and still go step out.
So how's it her fault?
If a woman can be receiving everything in a relationship and step out too.
Yeah,
because the man, from the man's perspective, he's giving her everything. The man is giving her everything she wants. So you're making you are making excuses for the woman.
The numbers add up. I'm gonna tell you how the numbers add up, Precious, because 30% of women
monogamous. Men aren't.
No, women ain't really made to be monogamous either.
Most men, when they get married, when they decide to choose a wife, they're looking to be monogamous. We've seen the numbers. 30% of children are born outside the marriage. It doesn't make sense.
Let me tell you this. I dispute the fact that women are made to be monogamous. That is a social construct based on culture and environmental things. Not that women are promiscuous, but women have to be trained to hold their virtue in. Because left up to their own devices, like these modern women, they're having babies with monkeys and trees.
Y'all are heartbroken.
I mean, come on.
If y'all are heartbroken over the 15, 16-year-old back in middle school or high school, whatever that age is, what do you think the woman is? And she plays out her emotions way more.
No, we didn't say we're still heartbroken. We talk about at the time. We don't carry that trauma for 100 years.
Right.
That thing was over with. That trauma was over with within a couple of days.
Be married to her first love. There are some women that are, and shout out to y'all.
Yeah,
but
one or two of them.
Be married to her first love, and the man she truly wants to be with, she would. Okay. So women are more, to me, in my opinion, women are more monogamous. Are there women that cheat? Yes.
Women used to be more monogamous. Women used to be more monogamous. I'm not sure that's true anymore.
Than men are, because your nature doesn't tell you to be monogamous.
I will agree with some of that.
No, Precious, no.
I will agree with some of that.
We bear children. We can only bear one a year.
Yeah, that don't mean you can't get laid once a year. You don't mean you can get laid once. I mean, God, one of the biggest porn thing is pregnant porn.
Y'all want us to be like
I'm saying.
Y'all want us to be like y'all so bad.
No,
No,
Precious.
you guys want to be like men so bad.
No, Precious.
Y'all
No,
wanna be like
No.
men.
Y'all so bad. So y'all can make an excuse
Precious.
for why y'all don't want to be with
No,
us.
Precious, what you saying is true. I'm gonna take it back. I'm gonna give it a time frame. Most women born from 1980 on, them motherfuckers is hot as a firecracker. They getting it in. They passing that thing around, 2 or 3 baby daddies, and they ain't just being monogamous, waiting on that one dude. They might have, and listen, bodies don't really matter to guys. It don't really matter because I don't think most guys are asking the body count. But we see your body count when you moving around in the streets. How many days a week most women going out to the streets? They going to happy hour every other hour. They going out because they understand the resources are out there to be gotten. So they just move in a different way than women of our parents' time and women my age move. Young girls wasn't just out there. They wasn't just, you know what I'm saying? So it's like my children's age, them 30-somethings, them first generation crack era babies, they move totally reckless. You can see it.
Ferg, you just said something about men caring about women's body count. The truth of the matter is, I think that most of that is just YouTube talking points because most men actually accept women who've had sex before, all over the place. I mean, it's just whether it's whether I can bring you in front of the people, the men I respect in my peer group or the men I admire. If your shit is so out there that I look like the dweeb on the block because you've been banged out by everybody, that's more of an issue with a guy than the fact that you had sex before. I mean, it's just true. I mean, men get a bad rap about, oh man, you want a virgin and all that shit. Man, we're in the West. That shit's dead. If you can find a virgin, you might as well get a lottery ticket that same day.
There you go. Because
you know what I'm saying? So,
most men, the women in their family know that the guys know that those women in their family ain't virgins. So it's no different from when you get out into the community. We talking about people in our anecdotal areas. We see how they move. Guys see it. Even the women see those guys. But for the most part, most guys are not getting it on the regular. They may go most of their 20s without getting it.
Right.
And may meet this one woman at some point who may put it on him, and he's looking to stay with her, regardless of how she's moving. Fuck it, y'all ain't in my relationship. Let me be me. Because once he gets smitten with that woman, he's going all in.
Right.
He's going all in.
I think that's one of the reasons why when a man finds a woman, because we're territorial, you know that, Precious. When a man finds a woman that's supposed to be his and he marries her, that's why monogamy is more important to him than anything else. Not the fact that she had lovers before. It's not that clock is reset for our relationship. And if you break that shit,
a man will do what he needs to do to put himself first. He ain't
putting himself first. He's putting her first because he's willing to do everything he can for that woman. Once you marry her, your life is over in terms of thinking about yourself. I've been married for 37 years. I haven't thought about myself in some real way for 37 years. When I looked in my father-in-law's eyes and said, I'll take care of your daughter, it was my duty and obligation. When I had kids, they still come to me. They're grown. All I'm saying is we don't have the luxury of just being selfish when we're married and obligated. We don't.
Yes, you do. You can go.
We ain't talking about you're talking about guys who shouldn't be married. We're talking about men who believe in the vows that they took.
Right. So you believe in the vows that you took, right? And my thing is, honestly, it's nothing wrong with a man actually putting himself first. I think there are some men who don't.
I wouldn't say it was wrong. You don't get when you say first. What does that mean to you?
Well, I mean, we all know that there's an order. There's God.
I mean, but what do you mean by putting yourself first? Maybe I need to understand your definition.
So we always talk about in marriage, you're not putting your children before your wife, right? No, you're not doing that. You're not going to put your wife before you because that's out of order. You may sacrifice for her, You
No.
may do things so she is comfortable, so she
No.
don't have to do them. But at the
When
end
you,
of the
that's
day,
why I'm still not clear what you mean by not putting myself first.
if she
Creature
makes
comforts? Are you talking about creature comforts? You talking about life or death? You talking about obligations? What are you talking about?
if your wife said, "Hey, let's get a house in Colorado or somewhere,"
Right.
we're gonna say, "No, our
Yeah.
home is here. This is where we
But
are."
that's what's best for the family.
Right. What's best for the family? Not how she feel about in that moment. Because we can get to Colorado and she realized, I don't know why we moved
Put
here.
myself first. Let's take it away from the sexual thing. Putting myself first would be buying that new car when we know that we can't really afford it. It's drinking too much. It's doing stupid shit to please myself because I'm under such pressure and all that kind of stuff. And no matter how my wife feels or my kids get hurt by it, I'm gonna take care of my. That's what you meant. I don't. Real men and real marriages don't do that. They just don't.
When y'all got married, right? You found woman who can fit into your world, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Right. You
Yeah.
found a woman who could. This even happened with my mother
Who
and my
was willing to fit into my world.
right. Willing. I mean, she
Yeah.
ought to be willing, right? She ain't forced, right? She was willing to do it, but it had to be according to your world, right? It had to be according to how you were living, how you were going to be able to provide, how you were going to be able to do all that.
Okay.
Now, of course, when you get into a relationship, there are sacrifices that are made, right? And there are men who sacrifice for their family.
Right.
They sacrifice for their wives, right?
Right.
We're going to take cheating out of it.
Yeah,
even when men are miserable, when men are just not feeling it, when they like, look, I look, they can have a couple beers with the guys and things are not right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In those instances,
okay,
I feel like those are the only instances that you guys don't put yourself first. Right? You'll sacrifice, you'll make sure the kids go to the right school, you'll do a lot of times men live in misery for the sacrifice of the family, for the sacrifice of life, things of that. Like I was saying, there are times where it is okay for a man to put himself first.
Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because if not, people be walking all over him.
Well, hold on for a second, Precious. Let's dispel something. A lot of married men in good marriages, we ain't walking around in misery. But let me also tell you this, and here's to your point. I carved out some stuff for myself, right? I'm a football fan, and I used to go to a sports bar. I did that for like 10 years. Mm-hmm. But it was only 17 days out of the year. It was during football season, not even the playoffs. It was 17. I used to say 17 weeks because 16. It was really 17 days. It was just Sunday. Mm-hmm. So out of all the days in the year, it was 17 days that I gave to myself. Okay. 17.
Did you want more?
No, because that's all I want to know. But the point is, so to say I put myself first, you could say that was my example. But like you said, every man and every woman, everybody should have something that's theirs. Okay, that was mine. Right, but to me, that was nothing. Mm. That was a small that gave me the strength to do everything else for the rest of the year. Everything else was about my family.
Right, even if it is about your family or pain. You should, as a man, say, I did that shit. I did that for my
yeah, that's what I just told you. I when the place closed down, I found a Red Zone channel. So my 17 days are here at home.
It's still, you're still doing it to say, you know what, I am the man in my family, and I'm able to provide, I'm able to do X, Y, and Z, and she gets to benefit from it. But at the origin of you all benefit from it. So excuse me. But at the origin of it all, you're bringing someone in that's going to fit to your schedule. That's what men tell women, right? That's what men tell other men. Get someone who is willingly going to fit into your.
I agree. I agree with that. But how willing? But the willingness, like I said, it's rare that the willingness lasts a lifetime. It's not because it's rare to find a woman to stay with you for a couple of years, or 2 or 3 or 4 years. It's getting them to do it for a lifetime. And that's the key. That's the key. But and it's going to do the man for a lifetime too. Today, it seems like nobody wants to do shit for a lifetime. And because I've seen channels where guys say, "Hey, listen, man, I can't get married. I can't imagine having one woman for the rest of my life." And I don't disagree. I can't disagree with him. But he knows what he wants. So don't get married. Or don't have a monogamous relationship. That's why that Dr. Bryant, the shyster that she is, started trying to admonish a Cam Newton or a Nick Cannon. Well, their lifestyle is conducive to the way they want to raise their kids. I'm not going to argue with that. They don't want to get married because it's too poison for men of their wealth to get married. But they take care of their kids. And there's no doubt about that. As a matter of fact, I think Cam's kids stay with him. So all I'm just trying to say is we just have there's so many different ways to skin this particular cat. Now that I understand, we can't just keep putting people in this Judeo-Christian box and think it works for everybody. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't mean other people are bad. It just doesn't.
Precious. Okay. So in a sense that I'm single, I have to put myself first. Right. I meet a woman, yes, I'm putting myself first because she has to be willing to come into my world and my lifestyle, right? Now, once she's there and she commits to that, now I put her first. I'm going to do everything I can do to protect what we're trying to build. And yeah, if you call me taking Sundays off to watch football all day, damn it, yeah, I'm putting myself first in this moment. But my wife don't have to want for shit. She ain't telling me that it's the roof leaking. Everything is taken care of. So, and again, we see that differently how women move. They spending thousands of dollars outside of the family for their personal use. They want a $1,500 purse, a $5,000 wig, or BB. Where does that benefit the family? Most women, they flex when they wearing $4,000 or $5,000 worth of clothes. Shit that they can't fit in 5 years. Where's that benefiting the group? Because the kids, they can't read. If I'm putting myself, most men, and I just go by what I see. Most men, when it comes to being in a marriage and he knows that's what he wants, he's putting all his resources in the basket. He ain't over here trying to, I'm gonna hold this out. No, he's giving her access to everything. Now, on the flip side, if she breaks his trust for her, then yeah, he gonna start moving in a different way. Once she disrespects him, once she tries to move outside of what we discussed in our huddle as a family, hell yeah. I tell my wife all the time, fuck up I say it in a nice way, but if she left me today, I'm gonna be mad for a couple of days, couple of weeks. I'm gonna take it out on the first couple of women I meet, but I ain't gonna disrespect them. I'm just gonna let them know, listen, I'm just here for one thing. I get it from you, I don't. I got $40 in the front, $60 in the back. And I'm gonna wait till the end of the month because most of them be broke because they done spend all their money, fuck them kids.
I don't know what happened to Coach Ferg, but
most men put the women first that he's invested in. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know, but do you really don't believe
is that y'all put the woman first until
now you're projecting.
I'm not projecting. That's what he said. Until she disrespect me or she do something.
Wait a minute, though. I mean, okay, but isn't that reasonable?
No.
Isn't that wait, hold on for a second, Press. Let's stay right there. Isn't it reasonable that you know if here's our yardstick, right? Respect is everything to a man, right? With their woman, right? So if everything is cool until you disrespect me, why can't I even have that? Because women will duck out on you if your paycheck gets slow, right? So women are always conditional with men, even the good ones. How long do they last when you have on hard times that last too long? And the only thing I'll give a woman when a man loses his job because we identify with our ability to make money and to provide is that the guy is going to be miserable. He's going to be miserable for a long time if he can't find something to sustain his family. And so from that standpoint, everybody's going to be miserable in the house because men understand inherently that it's on us to keep everything afloat. And, I think men don't get enough respect for the pressures that we're under because we carry it so well for most of us, because it's not really pressure, it's just the way shit is.
Right, as it should.
I can go about this. When I see a man who's a homosexual or something like that, or really gay or wants to be a woman, it's because he doesn't want to be the pressure. He doesn't want to carry the pressure of being a man. That's why, because he wants somebody else to take care of him because he doesn't want the pressure of being a man. It's one of those kind of things. I'm not patting myself on the back because it's just the way I think it's supposed to be from caveman days. From any day, you're the man, you gotta show and prove one way or the other.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yep.
So we accept those truths.
Yeah.
And and we don't get no bennies for that.
Since caveman, men have always gone out and put their lives.
We don't get no bennies for that. The only benny we get is every so often we find a woman who appreciates that, and then we try to take her ass off the market. That's it. We get kids who love us.
What exactly are you looking for?
I'm telling you.
Well,
we want the same thing the women want.
What are you looking for?
I just told you.
Oppression. We want the same thing y'all want.
That's enough for you. Is that what you say, oppression?
Yeah, you take these goddamn socks. Take these socks and be happy.
You're saying we don't get any, bennies for that. We're men. That's how it's supposed
appreciation. To be. Bennies from appreciation. Most men don't hear that I appreciate the shit that you do.
No, that's a shame.
But it's true. We got a whole bunch of scrags on The View with a 20-minute segment telling how useful or useless men are. So I mean, we can't call it a joke. They got it. Can you imagine 5 men on a table saying how useless women are from their heart, from their gut?
We'll be canceled before the show is over.
You can't even have a show like that on YouTube. Not really. So I'm just saying, men, anyway, if it wasn't for the so-called manosphere and red pill, which sometimes gets out of hand, I agree with that. Men just need to start having their voice. Now we do. Now we do. And it's grown. And I think they'll be better for women that men find their voice and just tell some women every so often, just shut the fuck up.
And it will benefit the women who are willing to fall in line with that. Yeah. Now he's willing to protect them from the harshness of the real world. Most women walk around in a fairy tale, and men are not telling women you can have everything you want. But other women champion that to those women, and that's the problem. You have to bring a realization to your life, and you get the results that you put the work in. So if you don't put in the work and you got big nose and big lips like me, guess what? You're going to have fucked up results in the end. Ain't no way around it. So it's up to you.
Yeah. So like I said, men appreciate women in general, right? And it's funny. I think men, most of us, if I ever heard a man say, I can live without a woman, I said, what are you talking about? What are you talking? I'm not even talking about gay men. I'm just talking about a man saying, why do we really need them? I said, well, you got to be out of your goddamn mind. I don't want to be around smelly, hard-nosed, bearded motherfuckers all the time. Are you kidding me? So I don't know. I just think that women have more power, and the problem is that women use their power as weapons too often. Their sexual power they use as a weapon, and now political power is being used as a weapon. Right? You know, Kathy Hochul from New York State, her first big thing was changing the law so they can go ahead and destroy men from 30 years ago. Or go get with that Survivors Act. I don't even see how that's constitutional. So, I mean, I just started looking at how women move with power. With power. I mean, we got Marilyn Mosley. I mean, there's a list. I did a live with a list of like 10 to 15 women all going to jail because they couldn't wield their power purposefully. So, we don't even have to talk about Tiffany Henry, from some town that we shouldn't even know who she is.
Dalton,
So all I'm just trying to say is, I just don't. It's so out of balance, right? It's so out of balance. And here's what men don't get credit for. I'm gonna shut up on this one. The women in the West are the most coddled and privileged women in the entire world. Nobody lives better than women in the West. Nobody, anywhere. Nobody's chasing you around to do female castrations or whatever. Nobody's doing honor, deletions. Nobody. You could say what you want. You could do what you want. You can take over men's jobs. You can do. You could be president of the United States, and you don't even have to sign up for selective service. Right? I mean, it's So I sit back here, and black women are the worst. You guys are the most coddled women in the whole world, except for the people black women envy, the white woman. Nobody else has it like. I mean, it's crazy. I sit back here and say, listen, no accountability. You can lie on a guy, he can go to jail, or you can find out that you lie like the Deuce Lacrosse lady. And the only reason why she's in jail because she deleted her boyfriend. But she got away scot-free by destroying the lives of at least 10 men. And a university. So I sit back and say, hey, man, you listen, I don't know. But the pendulum has to swing back a little bit, just a little bit. But I blame that on men, by the way. I don't blame that on women. I blame that on men because we got so soft in the West. And not we, the white man. Because black men have never been in charge of none of that shit. We're just along for the ride now. But the freedoms is unbelievable. I mean, you go do some videos of how women live in any other country, and it's no comparison. So when I hear women bellyache over this and that, I think, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You have more rights than everybody. Certainly have more rights than men. You don't have to be a bricklayer, but you can be a CEO if a DEI hire, right? You can be a CEO. You go right from the gutter to CEO. I don't know. So, I mean, I'm not bitter against women for that. That's just the way shit is.
Right.
But, my daughters are pretty good, but, I said DEI, but a lot of it is merit, right? Women should be self-sufficient. But you should share that for families, not just because I want another Prada bag. Right, so you have to find men. You can understand if you make 100,000 or 50,000, and I make 50,000, that 100,000 should be able to sustain a family in the right location. But then we got this quote unquote, 50-50. If he ain't paying all the bills, it ain't good. I'd rather pay 100% of my own bills than share bills with a man. It's the most irrational shit I ever heard. But that's from one more thing. I got one more thing. That's from the fact that back in '64, when Johnson offered women welfare instead of having a man, they chose the money. And I'm not so sure that I really disagree with that choice, right? Because the men weren't making no money. The men were miserable because they couldn't find jobs. They couldn't do this, some of those guys. So women say, shit, if I'm making 10% less without the man, I could juggle that than having this guy, putting pressure on me. Get out. So was that an easy choice or bad? It was a devastating choice because we're living with some of that shit now. But I can see why they did it. That was the insidious part of the law. Because they know people would do that. So that's where we are. So I don't know. I'm rattling off the legit. It's just we're in a bad state. We're in the bad state. Only 750,000 women voted against Kamala Harris. 10 million voted for her. Only 1.5 million black men voted against her. 6 million voted for her. You know, and even if all of us voted for her, she still would have lost by a landslide. She would have won one state. That's it. So anyway, so that's where it's at. I don't know how we're going to fix this shit. These are the kind of shows we should talk about, because you know what? You're a real woman. You know, your psyche and our psyche, we clash so much because the way you view the world and the way we view the world is something that we should have more discussions on. We're not arguing with each other. We're not cursing each other out. We're not doing that stuff. But nobody can say the way you view the world is not legitimate, but the way we view the world is different. But I think one thing is a lot of women project the way they think on, they think men should think that way, and we don't. We don't.
Right.
We just
don't. No, I don't think that men should think the way that women think. And I don't think that men should think the way that women think, or women should think the way that men think. I think that we should come to an understanding with one another. And I think that that's what gets lost. It's like, well, you think the way you think, I think the way that I think, and where do we go from here? And nobody wants to understand the other person.
Who's the most stubborn, though, Precious? Who's the most precious? Because I don't think men are trying to make women think the way we do.
I don't think that women necessarily want you to think the way that they do per se. I think that women, again, it's about understanding. It's about understanding. You want us to understand the way that you think as a man, right? However, when women voice their opinions, it's like, oh, y'all, y'all don't know what y'all talking about, and blah, blah, and we might not. Let's keep it there, right? We might not. But at the same time, it's like, okay, well, let's get to a common ground without all of the you're a liar and you ain't shit and all of that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we try to be very respectful on the platform, and we talk back and forth, and we're very comfortable with one another because we've been doing this for a while. So we don't take each other there. We're able to have this common conversation. But when you get into the real world, and if you could be a fly on the wall with a lot of couples, and even just things that people share with you, right? It's like, how do you, like y'all said, how do you go from doing everything and being everything that I need, and then I'm out cheating? Or how do you go from the man doing everything and being everything that you need, and now you out cheating? It's like, if that's a place I feel like that will either never get understanding, or women have to be okay with men being men, right? But if that's the case, there are some instances where men have to be okay with women being women.
I agree with that, but we don't have to stay married for that.
Right.
So
I think that people stay in the marriages, right? Never get understanding, go to the next person as if the understanding is just gonna come, and it's not necessarily going to come unless you change your mind. Again, cycles don't break unless people break.
No, I don't
change your mind about certain things, you're going to continue to keep running into these stumbling blocks no matter who you put in that spot.
Well, so here's one of the problems we have.
That spot. She can be giving you the world. You still want to cheat.
But it's not, I know that's the easiest example that we can give by each of us cheating on each other, but I think I don't even know if that's the majority of the issues that people have. Okay. I really don't. No, but hold on for a second. One of the things you said, it was great about understanding, because here's where we have things that are conflated. I could understand where you're coming from, but I don't necessarily agree. And sometimes we conflate those things. We think that understanding goes hand in hand with agreement. It doesn't. So we could understand each other, but we have different viewpoints and we might not agree. And sometimes some things don't have a middle ground. We're going to just be at odds. But if we understand where each other's coming from, then that understanding is what you could build on, right? Because if I'm a Republican or you're a Democrat, that doesn't mean we shouldn't get married because we don't think the same way the country should run. right? Some people do believe that, and I think that's a mistake, right? Because those political stuff is just different. Some people are more liberal, some people are more conservative, right? So it just depends on what it is. So I just think that that's where we are. That kind of understanding and agreement is where the big disconnects are. So, because if we agree, then we don't have an issue. But for the most part, is that when we don't agree, people forget about whether they think they're losing the argument if they understand where you're coming from. That's what I think happens a lot. You know, so with me, when I talk to people, I'm very careful with talking because I can understand where somebody's coming from where I don't agree with them. I understand where you come from. I don't agree. And you shouldn't expect me to say it's a good conversation only if I agree with you. Right? Because that's not true. That's not true. And I think we get tied up in those knots.
Yeah.
You know, we do. You know, so anyway, that's just you know, you live long enough, you kind of figure some of these things out. Yeah, go ahead, Coach.
No, I mean what you said is basically true, and that's how we move a lot. Everything is fine until we disagree, and then people look at it like we damn near arguing. But when I was younger coming up, me and my friends, we always understood that. Our pain like the Cowboys, I like the Steelers. We can argue about which team is best, but we're not going to come to fisticuffs just because in our own understanding of which team is best. It is what it is. I see you tomorrow, our pain. Yeah, man, I see you at the court tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So, but now you have, especially a space like YouTube, where you have a lot of middle aged, the early, 20-something, 30-something, 40-something adults who never really had a voice. Now they have a voice. And if you don't align with my ideology, then you're wrong. No, because I've always moved to my own beat. You can give me anything that's the best result for you, but when I analyze it, I may choose not to go down that same path. Not saying that, you know what I'm saying? You can't say that I'm wrong or I'm this and that. No, I just choose not to do it. My life result has been different based off me moving a certain way. And you know what I'm saying? And I wasn't going to be mad if somebody chose to go against my advice. Only thing I can do is give it. I tell my son, I'm going to give you as much as advice you can have. If you choose to go opposite, you have to be willing to live with those outcomes. You have to. And I think we see it in our community a lot, where a lot of us didn't have conversations with our parents. We were forced to figure that shit out. And now we hear that but there's no playbook on how to be the perfect parent. If anybody can find how to be a perfect parent to your slow ass, I'll give you $1,000. There is no book.
There is no book. However, because I was a literature major, okay? There is no one book. However, there are many books.
But Precious, how does that book apply to you specifically?
Well,
because they're going to be
personally, you got to make it apply to you. That's what happens with books. It's personal.
But that's what I'm saying. It takes many sources to come together to apply that. You can't get it all from one book. And that's the thing. You're not going to get everything from a cookie cutter space, especially in life. You have to learn by other people's experience. There used to be this thing called reverse psychology. Y'all remember that? Precious, I don't know if you was old enough to remember that. When people tell you can't do shit. You can't do that, and what you do, you prove them wrong, right?
Yeah, I went to college.
But see, it's a lot of people that didn't go to college. So you come at them with that type of ideology. Why are you coming down on me? Why are you hating on me? No, in my world, prove that shit. You can't tell me you faster than me, and I'm just supposed to, you look fast. No, you're gonna have to beat me in this race. And in this thing called life, I compete myself against other men, not women. I don't compete against women. If you want to wrestle, I'll choke your ass out. If you want to run, hey, I'm gonna be faster. But when it comes to man, and I'm just not talking of brothers, because the world is bigger than brothers. I'm trying to see how I can compete against other men around the world. I'm not going to complain if I don't get, because we don't measure ourselves with each other. I'm cool. I'm good. I'm 56 years old, been retired for 2 years. So did I do something right, or did I just make excuses for shit? I fucked up along the way, but when I made bad decisions, when I came around again, I avoided that shit altogether. My last name. My father was an alcoholic. I saw this motherfucker drinking every weekend, pissy drunk. I couldn't even handle 2 beers. I'm throwing up. I knew I wasn't going to force that shit on me. I was going to move different. My father took on shit that I knew I couldn't handle. But again, did he give me the best information about a woman? No. My mother did. And she did some shit that we found out recently, 20-some years after her death. She, and that's why I think a lot of people miss their mark, because once you have the opportunity presented to you, you have to be willing to step away from what makes you comfortable. Most people that struggle stay in their same neighborhood all their life. The game has not changed. That's the players. The game is still the same. And if you make a decision in this modern world to move in that capacity, the generation of curse will forever be upon you and your future. So just take advantage of the opportunities, brothers. Don't listen to women who don't align with your ideology. But your ideology has to be righteous, though. Can't be selfish. Has to be righteous. You know, but hey, I'm just talking, man. I'm just an old ugly ass dude, man. So salute, man. And Precious, we still gonna find you a husband as soon as you believe it ain't your fault and his fault if somebody.
Hey, y'all talking. I'm about to be like this towards men, like stay away. It's like
no.
I definitely understand everything that y'all are saying. It's hard to find someone who is true, like someone who wants a true relationship, someone who's not about the game, someone who's not selfish, someone who will want to sacrifice and things of that nature. It's
you're
hard.
saying you can't find nobody to trust. That's what you're saying. Because I mean, I don't know how big your list is, but everybody has one in their head, and it's really somebody you could trust and respect. The rest of that stuff will come under the umbrella.
I'm not finding a lot of y'all trustworthy, honestly.
So what?
But Precious,
finding a lot of men trustworthy.
So is it just because a guy might cheat? Isn't that not you? Let's just take it out. But don't you think a lot of women don't want to trust men? Because if I like this guy, the chances are no matter how good he is, he might go ahead and get some box elsewhere. And I don't understand that. I don't understand that psychology, because let me just bear with me for a second. I don't understand that psychology, because if he's a guy that you're attracted to, a woman is attracted to, chances are other women are attracted to him. Mm-hmm. And if he's single, chances are he has some kind of roster. Mm-hmm. Right? That's to me, that's a conversation. And that's the first conversation, right? You say, hey, listen, we just met. I like you, but I don't know if I can go any further because I don't want to share. Mm-hmm. That's the first test. And he said, yeah, you don't think I was just staying home, not getting any, whatever. And that's an honest answer. Well, that's the first test that he passed. But if you eliminate it because he had a girlfriend before he met you, then that's bad mojo, because he won't do the same thing, because he's got to assume that you're taking care of business with the maintenance man once in a while too. So I can only give you my anecdotal kind of thing. When I first met my wife at a party, she was there with somebody else. And I tease her about that today. I said, if you didn't find me, you would still be with that red shoe wearing motherfucker. Right. And then we laugh about that. But the way I vetted her out was that after we started going together, any of those so-called clandestine calls, all that stuff stopped.
But
that's how I saw how she moved.
Right.
I didn't ask her about all that stuff. Anytime I called her, she was available. It wasn't like a couple of weekends I didn't know where she was or all that kind of stuff. She was always available for me. Always. I needed her.
Yes, because
those are the kind of observations I had.
Yes.
And those are the kind of tests, because talking don't give you that.
Right.
You know, so anyway, I mean, you know the old story, but the whole point is it's really a trust factor. But too many women worry about men cheating, and that's a
I don't worry
projection.
about a man cheating, honestly.
Well, I'm not saying you, but a lot of women do.
I can't see you when you're out of my sight. What am I going to worry about you cheating for?
Well, not you, Patrick. But that's good. You got it. That's a good
like for you not to cheat, yeah. But at the end of the day, I always hate when a man says, "I'm gonna never cheat on you." Nigga, get out of my face with that shit.
Well, why not? That shit works. I remember when I told a girl I won't cheat on her.
You're a human. You're a human.
Well, wait, hold on for a second. It depends on your relationship, though. If you first met him, okay, cheating. Like listen, if you're close with a guy and you're going to the next step, and he tells you that he won't cheat on you, why wouldn't you believe him? Why wouldn't you believe him?
Human and a man human at that.
No. Oh, no, wait a minute. You say you can't trust him now.
Believe that part of what you're saying.
No, we're not talking about some acquaintance. We're talking about somebody you moving down the line with. You're courting each other for something serious.
No. Men come out and say this right away. I ain't talking about.
Well, I wouldn't believe that. Well, it's not cheating. If he doesn't know you, how is it cheating?
Right.
No, when he says, I'm not going to cheat on you, and we just starting to talk on the phone and things of that nature.
But if a guy's saying that, that's a lie. But why would he say that to you?
But you're not listening.
No, I hear you, but that's not what. Okay, I'm trying to get past that.
I hate when men say that. I'm not saying we in a full blown relationship, but I like men will say certain things to bait you as if I'm like, oh my God, you won't.
But precious, it goes. This goes both ways. We've been talking about it all night. The hell with what they say.
Right?
How are they available to you?
Their actions. They're available when they want to be available.
But see, again, why waste time with those type of people? Move on quickly. You're
talking to the one, Coach Ferg. I move on quick. Ask him.
But practice. You're a woman. You have female friends. How many of them move like you?
I have two friends. One is married, and the other, I mean, she's not the kind of party girl. She don't get out. She goes to church. Like, I have two friends. Okay.
So what about your?
We don't want to get it off. But listen. So where is the point where you would trust a guy when he says, "Listen, if we go to the next step, I want you to know that I'm not a cheater." Where is that position where you would believe him? So never say that to you.
No.
If that's not who he is,
no, hold on.
But his actions will show, right? Because at the end of the day, if I don't know, according to your shit,
some people also they live it. Again,
I never told my wife I wouldn't cheat on her. I never told my wife that.
Right, don't say it. That's not something that a man should say to a woman because you're a man. Your penis gets hard. Like,
pull up. If we on the phone, pull up. That's
not why I didn't tell her that. But you're right, though. I never said
that shouldn't be something that a man says to a woman, in my opinion.
No. Okay, so let's say he don't.
What?
Let's say he doesn't say that. What verification do you get to believe that he's really into you like that?
Him being into me like that.
But what is he doing though?
Time, energy, space, all of that stuff.
He's showing up. He's showing up for you.
Yes, show up for somebody behind the game.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. The fear would keep y'all forever single.
I don't fear a man cheating on me. Y'all are
so
not.
Why would you think that if he's showing up, why would you believe that he's doing something else behind your back?
No, I didn't say that. I don't understand where you're coming from.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that he's doing something behind my back, but what I'm saying is, for you to have to say it, to me, something ain't quite right.
No, I understand. I understand. But Trey Ferg, have you ever said that to your wife now? You didn't say that to her.
Who says that? Maybe what you did was you cheated on the last few females you was with, and you thought you was going to get to me like, I'll never cheat on you, because that's what you was doing. That's what you got caught doing. And now you want me to be like, Oh, really? I'm the lucky one?
Some guys never get caught.
No, but the point she's making, I hear you, because now that in retrospect, I've been married to my wife for 30-something years. I never said, well, I'll never cheat on you. I just, it just doesn't come up. But definitely when we were recording, I never said that. So, I mean, so now if you guys out there take it from Precious, don't say that shit to you. If you're courting a chick, don't say that.
You should just be the man that you are in her life, and she won't have to think about it. You won't have to say it. It's not something that has to be discussed. What was understood don't have to be discussed. Like, why do we have to discuss this?
Why? You're right. I agree.
Why you gotta tell me you ain't gonna cheat on me? How about you just be the man that you say that you are?
I agree. I hear you. See, we got a meeting of the minds. There you go. I agree with that one.
Because he's going to show up for you, Precious. He's going to try to be in your space as much as possible.
Right.
How he moves, just like when a woman moves in the opposite direction of what she say, that's how you judge her. You have to be disciplined enough to judge her that way.
I understand that, Coach Ferg. But again, I don't feel as though it's necessary for a man to say, I'll never cheat on you. Never is an extreme word. That's an extreme. Just like y'all don't want women. You never take out the trash. You always on your phone. That's extreme. That's extreme. And now you can operate in an extreme.
No, that's true.
Dangerous operating in extremes.
That's true. I mean, okay, so words matter. I can
They do. They do.
And
so remember that, ladies.
I mean, so like I said,
especially if you said the words and then you go ahead and do it. I mean,
words matter, ladies.
Say what you say.
Words matter, ladies.
There's a couple of things that go in there. Like, let's just assume that the average woman a certain age would want to be married. The average guy does. The fact that this is not happening is the real tragedy of the black whatever's left for our community. I think we're down to like 30% or something like that. And even out of that 30%, I think it's still maybe 50-50 past 10, 20 years or some shit like that. I mean, it's just really, really bad. And forget about the birth rate, in terms of more African Americans being born in this country. It's not keeping pace with anything. That's why we've been like 13% for 50 years. When I was a young man, we were 13%. Now we're 13.7%, right? With all the things that the death, destruction, the deletions, all that stuff, it's all programmed. But the relationship thing is really, 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 really bad. Sad, because I don't know if there's a way back. And, of course, I have my political feelings, but not because of the politics. It's because of the way we think as a group. I think we've hamstrung ourselves the way we think with ultra-liberalism and all that kind of stuff. And I think it also has other tentacles that comes with that kind of thought process. And the fact that the black community is the only community in America of all the other ethnic groups that's matriarchal. All the rest of the groups are not matriarchal, they're patriarchal. Yeah. Right? For the standpoint, the men have the leadership by culture, by design, by this and that. And it's not because women are bad, it's because men, and this is the one thing that we have in our culture that actually I would blame on slavery. Mm. The one thing that's left that we haven't broken is the fact that black men from slavery, the FBAs, I think there's generational blame that we allowed the things that happened to black women back then to actually happen. Like, we should have just got exterminated, then let the atrocities that happen. And I think there's some generational trauma that just lasted from year to year, that these guys can't really protect you through Jim Crow, through this, when they used to take the man out the house, beat the woman, hurt the kids, and the men were powerless to do anything about it. I think there's some deep resentment that people can't even put their fingers on for black men not being there because we were powerless to do anything about that at that point, right? Even if we had families, even we had stuff during Jim Crow, we had even we couldn't stop the Tulsa riot, right? People weren't willing to sacrifice everything just to make sure the town didn't get destroyed. I think there's I need a writer like Sowell or somebody to talk about shit like that, because I don't have it, but I think there's a connection for the fact that there's a great deal of Black women who harbor real contempt for Black men. Forget about YouTube. This shit is not just on YouTube. It's real. It's just real. And I don't know how we get past that and try to stop that from going into the next generations, because what was true back then is not true today. You know, not the way it was, you know. So I don't know. So we got so many issues. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So little shows like this, not little show, but shows like this, where we could talk freely about men and women, how we view the world, I think it's pressure. I think that's really good.
Shannon said,
I appreciate coming up here.
Y'all co-signing her trauma. It's trauma to not believe.
I don't know if you. It's men's trauma. We got trauma.
I think it's, you know, this is the real pressure, Shannon. Know where you at now. I mean, it's being realistic. Like we take hours to talk about the nature of a man, and then you want to say, you know, and I'm not saying that the man will cheat, but it's in his nature to do so. So don't tell me you'll never do it. And I'm not saying that I'll be mad if you did it, but don't tell me you'll never do it.
Well, is it the nature of a man to cheat, or is it the nature? It's only cheating based on a construct of marriage, right? So if a man is not married, and he has multiple,
is that considered cheating?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, it's only in American culture, Christian culture, right? In other cultures, men have many wives, right? I mean, it's not uncommon for a man to have a whole lot of wives. So it's just in a way we view world, it will be called cheating here, and I would agree with that. But the problem is that the statistics show that women cheat as much, if not more, than men do.
Say that to you, Shannon. You say you're a human, you can cheat. Look, I was talking about things I wouldn't want a man to say. Humans cheat. Yes, I was talking about things that men say. You're right. Humans do cheat.
Yeah, human cheat.
Men says, "I'll never cheat on you." That seems a little suspect to me. It sets a precedence for precedents that don't need to be set. Honestly, if you're not going to,
even if he was telling the truth, it's something that he doesn't have to say. Just don't do it.
Another thing, while we're here, Shannon. Okay. Another thing men do. Men will talk to you freaky as I don't know what. Why does that have to be discussed? Why does that have to be what you going to do? And why does that have to be discussed? Why can't
wait a minute. Men talk to you like what?
Men, when they are very promiscuous and they talk, and the things that they're going to do when they see you, things like that is like, get out of my face. Because why is there something that has to be discussed? Why does that have to be verbalized? Why does that have to be put in a text?
You had a date where guys talk to you about what they're going to do to you. That's funny as hell.
No, we're not dating. These are guys who are interested in things of that nature.
Oh,
why do those things have to be discussed?
But in those situations, guys are just throwing. It's like they throwing bait at you.
Yeah, they're throwing doodle on the wall.
They're just throwing bait to see if you take the bite. They know if they qualify for a certain type of woman, but they'll go with what they are programmed to say to get the type of women that they want.
Yeah.
And because if you call them out on that shit right there, most of them are probably, well, you know, I was just playing. Shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, like, come on, let's go, big boy. Let's go right here, right now.
About sex. I had a woman tell me, you don't really like me. I'm like, why you say that? Because you ain't trying to get all feel on me and talk about sex. I'm like, hell, what I can talk about sex for? I know what I can do.
That's so funny, Ferg, man. I had a woman tell me that too. She says, you don't find me attractive at all, do you? I said, what are you talking about? She says, you when you look at me, I don't see anything in your eyes that you would have, bang out a good one and shit. So, I wanted to really tell her, I said, man, your attitude, I don't think I can pop one for you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say that, but I damn sure was thinking it. And she wasn't that bad looking.
Yeah.
And she was just.
See how cordial we handle your sister? Oh, you ain't shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, when she told you know what? I was just surprised that she charged me up like that. Yeah, you don't find me sexually attractive at all, do you?
But see, I wouldn't even question a man if he wasn't trying to be sexual. I would just think that that's a man who is being respectful. Like, I wouldn't think that he's not sexually attracted to me.
Well, I don't know why she said. I don't know why she said it.
Precious.
Go ahead.
Start a program where you working with 14 to 21 and give them all this information.
I deal with these kids on a daily basis. I'm a manager. They're 14 to 21, minors into adulthood.
So put them in that group and give them this information. Put them in the group and let them mind it out. Let them mind it out as a group, because they'll realize a lot of them are dealing with the same situation, and they can give each other a real good advice on how to sort of resolve some of those issues.
Yeah. Put them in the group. Not necessarily advice, but they can give them the fact that they ain't alone. They know that they're not alone in their thought process.
Yeah, but I'm telling you from experience, they can give advice because some of them have gone through it and came out good on the other side, and they can give them little plays on how to move without, just different strategies, because there's really no one strategy, but Precious, you're logical. You try to look at things from both sides, and but when they get in that group, it changes a lot about how they view the world, because most young people are getting the world like ain't nobody working together, man ain't shit, women ain't shit, but these same people go get out here and start having sex.
No doubt. Not just having sex, having babies.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Anyway, so you know what? I mean, this was good. It was a good conversation, I guess.
Yeah.
So how do you feel? You feel a little bit better, Preston? You got to work tomorrow?
No, I'm off tomorrow.
There you go.
I wanted to kind of get off the live a little bit early. I got to get up early, handle some business, and take care of some stuff. But like I told you, I'm traveling for Christmas, so I just want things to be organized and things of that nature. I just had a headache tonight, but I appreciate you guys. No, I thought this was a great conversation. I like having the conversation with you guys. I like kind of spicing it up now, just to get the engagement going, get the comments rolling, because I think a lot of times, while I think logical and things of that nature, I don't really give, the commentary that was given to me was because you understand men so much, when you have your lives, it just seems like you're agreeing with everything that they say.
Is that true?
Huh?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say
that to you, Precious.
I don't think
that I agree with everything that you say, that you guys say. I think I, give my thoughts and how I think, and they may be similar to what you guys think. But now lately, I've been trying to spice it up just a little bit, just to get the conversation going, and to give more of what women are thinking about certain things. That second video that we played about men being selfish, I think that there is a time in a man's life where he has to be selfish, point blank, period. And again, I will say, I think that there are some men who are not selfish enough. I think that there are some men who put everything and everyone else above him, and he need to take a little bit of his power back because he forgot he was a man.
That's not, I could agree with that.
And he forgot it was his kingdom. And he forgot that if they say happy wife, happy life, but I think it's happy spouse, happy house.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean? And I don't think that the male should be excluded from that because he has all of these things on his shoulders because he is a man and no one understands. Well, just like a woman can take her pee back, you take your pee back. And that's provision. And a lot of men don't want to do that because they don't want to be looked at as a man who failed in marriage or who failed a relationship, who failed having kids with somebody and then they stay with them. That, you know, that y'all gotta deal with that. That's ego and pride. That's ego and pride. You know what I mean? No man wants to get into a relationship and have it fail. No man wants to get into a relationship and be looked at like he can't keep his stuff together. But sometimes, like Fantasia said, sometimes you gotta lose to win again. And so sometimes I wish men understood that a little bit more than they do. But like I was saying, I was told that I don't, you know. So I think tonight was a great conversation. I think we spiced it up a little bit more than usual. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all those who donated. Darnell, thank you so much for your Cash App. I appreciate you. Those who sent Cash Apps or what are these things called, child? My head. Super chats. Thank you all those who joined from another channel. I appreciate you guys. Come back now. Next Wednesday is Christmas. Merry Christmas to all. Happy holiday, whatever it is that you celebrate. Spend this time with your family. Spend this time reflecting. Do some intuitive work. You, me, all of us. I'm not just saying it's on y'all. I take my time to do those things too. We got a new year coming up. And just, you know, we can always be better. Both of us, men and women, we can always be better. I remember someone on one of the posts, it was one of these actually. I don't know if it was the one with Jamal Bryant or the other one with the girl, but she was like, oh, why this gender war? And you see, I don't see it as a war because I'm peaceful. I like peace. So I see it as let's get some snacks. Let's talk it out. What we gotta, come on. Let's work it out. You know what I mean? I don't see it as a war. But again, you have to change your mind about something. And again, cycles don't change until people change. So we have this harsh cycle of, you know, people not getting married and people not wanting to be in relationships and things of that nature. Then that means we have some serious work to do as people because the cycle is going to continue. I was watching this movie, It Ends With Us.
Yeah.
And like she became a single mom, unfortunately, but she broke a cycle that nobody in her family was willing to do. She asked her mom, like, why didn't you leave? And her mom said, because I loved him. But her mom was also getting beat. So we have to look at what we do in the name of love, right? Men sacrifice for their families, understood. But if it's to your detriment, and I think Uncle Rick was saying it, like we don't let go until it's to our detriment. And then even in some of those cases, you still don't let go. So a man will not always be willing to hurt your feelings. However, I think sometimes you should be willing to hurt feelings for the better good. And that's just me. Final words, guys. Final words.
Yeah, well, final one. Listen, you said a lot of good stuff, but I just think that I think men stay too long because they do an economic analysis. They know they're going to lose a lot. It depends on where they are in their marriage and in life. If I'm 40 years old and my wife is a horrible woman, and I can leave and I'll have a chance to rebuild. But if I'm 55, that's a whole different story. Pension going, this going, house going. So men make those economic analysis. I think that part of marriage coming back is changing the laws that be. But women fight against them because right now they know it's in their favor. I mean, the no-fault divorce law is a deal breaker. It means because you can leave no matter what without any evidence of wrongdoing. You just don't feel like being married. But the deal breaker is that you never leave without taking half a guy's shit with you. So that's why the marriage is some men say, I need a prenup. Well, the judges got over the prenups by saying with child support, making it into like alimony payments. You know, so there's a lot of things that it's just not good for men to risk it all. And love ain't enough. You can love a hell out of a woman, but you could do all the vetting you want and all that kind of stuff. But 5-10 years down the line, you know, you can lose it all. So I think that's one of the things men are looking at. And plus that most men and women are not being honest with each other sexually either. So everybody has a roster. And, you know, paternity fraud is up to 30-40%. So it's just not a good deal. It's just not a good deal. I think that poor people should get married. I think people, not poor, but I think it's a class issue. I think folks should get married earlier when they're both naive and can build together, where it doesn't matter what you have, like I did. I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together, neither did my wife. So we built some shit together. So I don't care that much now. But the later you wait, the more set in your ways you are. Right. So I think that's why I'm an advocate for young marriage, because the only reason why anybody won't get married is because you want to be sexually promiscuous. And the impacts on that is different for men and women. Women have trauma based on that, a lot more trauma than men ever have. We could argue that back and forth, but it's true, because it's always manifests itself in one way or the other. So I'm for younger marriage. Then I think that men who have means, they should look at marriage differently. They should. I just believe that's only because of the laws. If the laws change, then they could look at marriage a little bit differently. Right now, it's just not a good deal. And I think that's by design. I think commercialism they'd rather us be single. So they have 2 households instead of 1. Women spending their money like the way they wanted to, much more than men. Right? So if you get married, some of that spending gets curtailed because men are going to want some structure and some order on how you spend money. Right. So, it's, we're in a pickle. And anyway, but these relationships talks is okay, because people are still getting married. People are damn sure still having babies. But the fact is, they're not being born into structure. They're being born in the wild, if you say. They're burdening mothers and grandmothers and stuff like that. And so it's not good. It's not good. So anyway.
I think even the rate of babies being born is going down too. I mean, there's still having babies, but the rate of babies being born is declining.
Yeah, it is. That's true. That's true too. But that's the baby deletion numbers are still high.
Yeah. Right.
The so-called crap about rights are being taken away. They're not in the blue states. Not in the blue states. And most of the red states is still just as legal as it was before. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm done. Go ahead, Coach.
Thank you. I just wanted to say this real quick. Tim and Miranda were asking, where can you submit like questions or topic ideas? You guys can always DM me on IG. Real Precious Official is my IG page, so you can DM me, you can follow me, subscribe, whatever you want to do. But I'm most active on there, where I check of all of my social medias. That's where I check the most, because that's where a lot of my audience is and where I post these posts. So you can definitely submit them there. But thank you so much, R-Pain. I appreciate you. Thank you. Coach Berg, final thoughts?
It's been a lot said today. I think I agree with R-Pain. A lot of it needs to happen more frequent, and not just from a hurt point of view. I think, just based off my experience, living in the South, living in the Midwest, living in the North, it comes down to what you want at this point in life. A lot of us spend a lot of our younger years wasting time. So when that light bulb clicks on in your head, you have to move totally different. You have to be willing to make a sacrifice for every 4 years of your life, regardless, especially as a man. And, I was taught by a lot of men, just on how to present myself to the world outside of women. because I had good examples and I was taught by the women on how to present themselves to the world, to be available, to be chosen. My mother had 6 sisters. All of them were married. So my grandfather had 7 girls. All of them were married, and they all stayed married till they went home to glory. This is a different time today, you know, and I would just advise any man, don't choose a woman based off your feelings. Choose her based off her actions, you know. And women, you know, it would behoove you all to sort of value yourself early.
Right.
Value yourself early, because when that man is looking, he's looking for the best. We go to the market to get the best fruit, the best vegetables. We don't like bruised vegetables and fruits. But if y'all presenting yourself that way, you get those type of results. Listen, last thing. You're going to see a lot on YouTube. And if that's not your story, don't put yourself in that situation.
Right.
Go what's in your heart, but be more diligent on how you go about vetting that person. Set a standard for yourself. If you got to write down a list, write your list down. 2 or 3 negotiables, because some of that shit you're going to have to negotiate anyway. And if they don't align with that ideology, then it's okay to move on without feeling bad. You know, you can't get caught up in, how you know, what other people think. The hell with what other people think and feel about you. Because those same people going to be the one that criticize you regardless. So, you know, if you're a young man, just think about become selfish while you're young and single and you're in your best prime. You know, but if you happen to get with a woman and you believe that she's that woman, then you're going to have to make some sacrifices, as is she. Young women, don't move like your aunties move. Don't do it. Because the younger guys today, they're not trying to have it. They're not trying to circle back. But again, it's going to be up to you to make those decisions. You know, just be careful, because both sides are high risk today. You can be honest. I would recommend be honest early, sitting at that dinner table, at first dinner, at first walk in the park. Don't wait till you've invested, then try to be honest. No, get it. They choose after that, then you move accordingly. But don't waste a lot of years. We see a lot of people wasting a lot of years. 10 years in the game, they just been having girlfriend and boyfriend. That's childish at some point. So just move with intention, you know, and expect to be willing to at least negotiate some things. Some things can have to be a hard yes or no, but you know, the only thing that's changed is the players. The game is still the same. Brothers, don't be so hard on yourself. Sisters, protect your body's your golden ticket. Don't wear it out too early. So that's all I got.
Thank you guys again. Thank you. Thank you to those who showed up in the chat, whether they're here now, they will watch. Those who are watching the live stream and who will watch. Thank you guys. Thank you. Leave your thoughts down in the chat. We appreciate you. But this has been a good one. Y'all always say be real with yourself so you can be real with others. That goes for men and women. Be real with yourself, okay? Because what you do in the dark, even if it don't come to light with her, it's going to come around in your life. It's going to come around in your life. Even if it don't come to light, it's going to come around in life. Okay? Because God going to spin the block. He's going to spin the block. And he's going to make sure you learn that lesson. He's going to make sure you learn the lesson. I feel as though, you know, some things with men and women, when we talk about communication and revealing certain things and being open about, you know, hot, honest, open, and transparent, you know, certain things are too hot for men to touch. There's certain things are too hot for, you know, you guys to actually want to handle with bare hands and without the, you know, the heat gloves and things that's going to protect your fingers because you don't want them to get burnt, and rightfully so. However, sometimes you got to get in the fire. Sometimes you got to get in the fire. And honestly, if you get in the fire long enough, you might get in there and neither one of y'all might get burnt and neither one of y'all might come out smelling like smoke, but you got to get in there. You have to get in there. There is no avoiding it. You know what I mean? And so I think the longer we try to avoid issues, I think that could be a lot of our issues today too. We try to avoid issues for so long, and now nobody's talking about it. And now so much time has gone past. They always tell you, like, when you're, trying to discipline someone, or like you're, a manager or the head of something, when somebody do something, you gotta right then and there. You can't let a day go by, 2 days go by, 3 days. They done, made an offense, and now you want to try and scold them like 5 days later. Y'all done seen each other, been working with one another. No, you got to handle it right then and there. And I think that when people find the language and read more books, I always say, broaden your vocabulary, because when you broaden your vocabulary, you're able to have conversations. And this only happens from reading books. This only happens maybe by listening to, and podcasts. When I say podcasts, I mean people that are not hollering, people that are not screaming, people that's not about drama. You don't want to fall into an echo chamber of fear, because that can happen on YouTube as well. There's an echo chamber of fear. And when you're moving in fear, then you get stuck. You know what I mean? Nobody, I think men and women do that. It's not just a man thing. It's not just a woman thing. I think that when you are stuck in fear, you get stuck. And that happens in relationships too. So we either take too long to, come to a resolve, come to an understanding, and either it takes too long, or we never get there, or we're just too we don't want to step on each other's toes in order to get better. We don't want to do those things. And honestly, I think that there's nothing wrong with failing. There's nothing wrong with messing up, so you know where to go, so you know how to fix it. You have to go through that process of knowing how to fix it. And a lot of people don't want to be honest and say, I just don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to make you happy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think people just need to be honest. They just need to be real with themselves. And some people, when you don't know what to do, don't do anything, because then you might screw something up trying to fix something that you don't know how to fix. So I say, get the assistance, the help, the things that you need. Premarital counseling, I would say that. I would say, like I was saying earlier, go to God. He is the creator. I would never go to men about, man, I just, when the kids acting up, they're not going to go to the kid's friend's mom. They're going to go to the kid's mom. You created this thing. What's going on? Why is it malfunctioning? Why is it acting up? Why is it not doing? Why? Right? So I'm a huge, I just grew up that way. My dad is a deacon, still is. And so that's just something that's just indoctrinated in me. And am I perfect? No. Do I stray? Yes. But I know where my help comes from, and I know where to go when I'm confused, because God is not the author of confusion. So if I'm confused, I'm not going to go to somebody else that's confused. No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to go where I can get some clarity. And sometimes clarity means being cut off. Sometimes clarity means not going out. Sometimes clarity means going to work and coming home. Sometimes clarity means I'm not answering your calls. Sometimes clarity means you're blocked. Sometimes that's just what clarity means. And I don't have to explain that to anyone, because I know what the goal I'm trying to achieve. But a lot of people don't have those disciplines. They don't know where to turn. They don't know who to talk to. And so they go to their confused friends. They go to the other confused people, and now they all confused. And then they come to YouTube or Instagram, and now it's fear. Oh, these men ain't never going to get right. Oh, these women ain't never going to get right. I should just stop. It's easy to fall into that pit hole if that's all you're consuming. If that's the only place you run into. It's easy to fall into those pit holes. So I always say, be real with yourself so you could be real with others. Because at the end of the night, like I said, it may not come to light, but it will come around in life. And that person that you're doing wrong, they may not get their lick back, but the universe will. You'll wonder why you ain't get that promotion. You'll wonder why you failed that test. You'll wonder why the increase ain't coming to you. You'll wonder those things. So I appreciate you guys. Again, no show on Wednesday. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Whatever however you celebrate, whatever you believe in, I pray that you have a great day, a great weekend, great time with the family. But y'all, it's Thursday. My headache ain't go away, so I need to lay down.
Merry Christmas.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. Okay. Have a good one. Good night.
Later.